Hello and welcome to the first episode of the one-to-one mentorship by Will Street. This episode will consist first of all of a brief introduction about myself. Then I'm gonna do a small game to know the next candle, the next bios of the next candle, which is exactly what I did to discover my strategy that I'm using now. And finally, I'm going to introduce the theoretical concepts that I will be talking about every single day, every single episode, okay? So starting with the presentation, first of all, I'm a trader, I'm not a teacher, not a professor, so I might not explain as well as I would like it. I'm not good at presentations. I never did that before. I mean, the one-to-one, I started like some weeks ago with some Spanish guys that told me that if it was possible to do it, but this is my first English mentorship, okay? I'm gonna try to replicate the same content as I'm recording this after. I mean, there is not the same days I'm recording the same episodes, let's say. So, this is, in my opinion, of course, the best strategy out there. If you internalize, if you understand well the concepts, I promise you will be a money-making machine, okay? And there is nothing better, not even ICT, anything is better than this. So focus on what I'm saying and step by step internalize every single concept. This is really important to study by your own. When the class is done, when the concepts are done, try to backtest in your chart, okay? I can't do this for you. This is your job. So second point, if there is any suggestion, any improvement that I can do, I can improve the video quality as I'm recording with my, I don't know, it is this program which just record the screen. I'm recording with AirPods. I know it's not the best voice quality, but it is what it is. If you can understand it, it's more than enough. So, how I started my journey. I started in 2022 with smart money concepts, which I can say that it is a scam. The smart money concept is not ICT. Smart money concept is people that are trying to replicate what ICT is teaching, but worse. Okay. Then, of course, I wasn't profitable, but it was the beginning of my journey of trading. Then in early 2023, I discovered ICT. I was improving a lot because the concepts are better than everything out there, but wasn't profitable. ICT suggests that stay like 6 months in demo before going into real money. So this is what I did, and I was of course I was profitable in demo. And when I decided to move to real money, I mean challenges of the prop firm, I blown. Of course, I didn't book the 5K account. I booked the 50K and just throw. I don't know if it was 200 or $300. Okay, this is not the way to start. We start small, and then when we are ready, we improve with a bigger account, with bigger capital. When we are ready, not just we are not ready. I mean, mentally, it's not the same trading with a 5K or 50K or 100K. Okay, so in The end of 2023, I had a live accounts, but in my opinion, it wasn't profitable. I mean, I was making money, but blowing some fund accounts, passing another challenges, blowing another ones. This is not the way to be a trader, a professional trader. Okay, this is just the way to waste your time because you are you're not moving on. Then in early 2024, which is this year, I simplified a lot ICT. I was doing every single concept that he explained. I was applying in my chart. I mean, breaker, standard deviations, central bank dealer range, etc., etc., etc. And in 2024, I decided to simplify a lot. I simplified as much as I was only using the inversion fair value gaps. Then my win ratio increased, but it was not enough for me because it was like 60-70%. I was making more money than losing. I mean, I was profitable, but this is not good enough for me. I want the perfection. I know I can win every single trade I take during all my life. I mean, 100% win rate. This is not possible, okay, but I want as much as close as possible. Now my win rate is it's very high, okay, let's say it's really high, and you will know why. Next point. Well, yeah, I had not that much ago, like we are now July 8th, so it was like 3-4 months from now. I had like 300K in funding, in live funding, and lose it all. How? So one part, the company I was disappeared, it went bankruptcy, and the other part I blown. So I thought, okay, what's going on here? I thought it was a fucking machine. I thought about that I was in a top one trader and nothing like this. A pro trader can lose their account and less how I did it. That was in a single week. It is not professional. So I locked myself in a room doing backtesting for hours and hours and hours, doing reverse engineer of every single stop loss I had in my whole career since 2022, and finally discovered the strategy that I'm using now, that I say it is the best of the best out there. Yeah, everything you see in my Twitter is a lie. Not my trades, but my analysis. When I was doing the outlooks, for instance, I was saying, okay, this is a fair value gap, etc., etc., etc. This is a breaker. I don't know. This is fake. I don't use that concepts, but it is a way that everybody can understand what I mean, if I say this is bullish, this is our next target, and we are here, I will say, okay, there is a fair value gap here, but this is not what I'm saying. I'm watching other things, okay? And next, yeah, I ask for discretion, as I say that there is nothing that comes close to my strategy, but only with showing my strategy you won't be profitable the next day. I mean, there is a hard work behind that you must do, hours and hours of backtest of every single theoretical concept, every single trade review that I will do. You need to do this by your own and in a previous days, even previous month, and if you can, previous years before going into real money. You will know when you're ready. You will know when you know every single direction of the next day and every single direction of the next session, etc., etc., etc. So now I am multiple funded trader. I have more than 6 figures. I mean, I have 6 figures, and I aiming 7. I will reach it before that year ends. Okay, but you don't need be a 7 figures trader. Only with a 50K account you can make a living. Yeah. So as I said, I have multiple funded accounts. This is why you see my Twitter that I trade almost every single day. When I don't have a funded account, I try with the challenge to have even more accounts. Sorry. Well, this was my brief presentation, and let's start with a small game that I have prepared. Let's go to well, first to start the game, I'm gonna wait a moment. Yeah. This is all the one-to-one content. First of all, this will be the first episode, the theoretical concepts. The next episode, I'm gonna talk about the time frames and important candles of every day, which will be very similar to that point that I will do in the same video probably, which is the time and when to trade depending on the day, news, etc., which pairs I'm trading. The next episode will be how to know the bias every single day, SMT, how to use it, the entries. There is a sequence of entries, let's say, that happens in every single move. Okay. Then failure swing. It is a really important concept in my strategy because it's the same of a turtle soup. Then next episode, new week opening up and new day opening up, London setups, New York setups, and profiles. Weekly profiles, daily profiles, etc. So this is the theoretical concepts. I mean the theoretical content. Then going to practical, review of all trades or days, and red flags to avoid stop losses and doing mistakes. This is important to me, but it's risky, so this will be after everything is done. Which news we can trade and how. This is important too, how I do backtesting. You must do backtesting of every single day, every single trade you take. You must backtest it. I mean, you must write it in your journal, okay? Then how to pass challenges, which is very related to risk, and how to trade a live account when you're ready. Then this is the when everything is done. Well, when I was doing this, and if I take a take or if I take a trade or something, I will do a review. It doesn't matter if even one day there are 2 or 3 videos. It will depend of the day, etc. So trade review and daily analysis, bias of the day or week when you are ready to trade, not before. I mean, the first week it won't be videos about the bias of the day or the week, the direction, and weekly outlooks exactly the same when you're ready, not before. I mean, when you will be on that point, you will say, okay, I'm ready. You will think you are ready, but not yet, okay? And finally, if you have some question, I will answer you in Discord if the question could be answered with Discord, and if necessary, we can make a call. But let's see, okay? And of course, your mistakes or your stop loss, I will correct them. So this will be the content, and let's play that small game before start. So let's go to a random day. Then let's say, I don't know, here. This is very simple. And this is a game that you can do on your chart. When you see that candle, for instance, or that candle, when it's purged in the upper zone, we're gonna see if we can reach the opposite side, okay? It's that simple. When there is a close, in this case above this, imagine this is the candle, okay. Our objective will be lower. If, like in this case, close inside the candle, we will say this is next target. And because of we are inside a candle, this will be the final target. Okay? Let's see. Okay, done. Close it above. Close it outside of the candle. This is our next objective. Done, and final target is done. But look at this candle, closed about outside every single candle. This is our next target. Done, and close it inside the candle. When it closes inside, we will say this is our next target. It doesn't mean that it is not necessary to be always that perfect because we don't have the context of what's happening here in higher time frames, but you are understanding. You see, in this case, didn't take that low. We are also not taking into account the SMTs, etc. So, what's the next target? Here, because close it outside the range. This is an inside bar, inside candle. It's doing nothing, so the target remains above here. Done, exactly the same. Exactly the same. And you see now something has changed. So what happened here? Exactly the same. First push that side, and because of it closed inside that candle, this is our next target. And let's see what happened. This what's happening here. Inside candle is doing absolutely nothing, and the target has been met. Okay, sorry, this was next target, this is next one. So fail it here. Let's see if now we can go to that other opposite side of the candle. Fail it. So now this is our next target. Okay, nothing. Target done and back inside the range. So this is now our range. Job's not done yet, so this remains our target. Okay. In every single candle, it's happening the same thing. You see another range here, inside that range here. This is our objective. Because it closed outside that range and that range, this is our next objective. Done. Exactly the same. Done. Okay, done. You can see here. Okay, I think you are understanding the game, and you know how to. You can identify the direction of the next candle only with that. Only with if the next candle closes inside or outside the candle, the previous candle. In this case, that will be our next objective of the next candle. It doesn't mean that this is not necessary to be a daily candle. It could be a 4-hour candle, 5-minute candle, etc. This will be our next objective. And imagine this happened. So, which is the next objective? The opposite side of the candle. Okay. With that said, let's start with the theoretical concepts. I always be starting the videos with that range. That range it is a candle. Okay. I call that candle a range. Operative range. Because we will be always playing inside here. When one side is purged, this is a turtle soup, we are focusing on the upper side of the candle, okay? But first of all, you need to know an important thing, which is the anatomy of the candle. This is a bullish candle, which it has a, sorry. Okay. That will be the case of that candle. Open, low, high, close. If it is a bearish candle, open, high, low, and close. exactly the same. So we are focusing on what? On you see what happened here? In this case, there's a bearish range because it was pushed first in the upper zone. This is a turtle soup, and this is our target. Okay. Let's see how. The first videos could be a bit boring, I know, but it is important before going into a real game. So this is a range, our range. This is a turtle soup. This is our doll. Draw on liquidity. In this case, this is a previous R, previous range, because job's not done in that candle. You know, you see, look at, if that would be our range, this won't be a previous candle, but because the job's not done, the next candle will finish our job. Next concept. Will be intra-turtle soup. What's the intra-turtle soup? It is a turtle soup after the turtle soup has been made. I mean, in that case, you see here, turtle soup has been made. This is our doll. But look at here. That candle opens and makes a higher high. That is an intra-turtle soup. And the target remains exactly the same. When our range is done, like this, it will create a okay. Yeah. Sorry. This is a completed range. Look at this. That range has been complete. So when the range is complete, there is a reversal. Important. Not every range, but when it is important. You will see it in practical cases. So don't worry. Just focus on try to understand every single concept that I'm saying today in the first episode. Completed range, and look at what happened here. It has created a new range. When that candle doesn't reach our doll, so it's called a previous candle, and range is complete. Okay. Next concept, failure swing. Failure swing will be very important. You'll see I use it almost every single day also. Let's change now in a bullish case. Now this is our drawn liquidity. This is still our operative range. And we will focus now in a failure swing. This is our turtle soup, you see here. And what happened here? It failed to create a lower low, which could be mean intra-turtle soup in that case, but we have now a failure swing. It doesn't mean that there is here a SMT, not necessary. Change this. Oh, sorry. It is not necessary SMT here, okay? And you will see why. Okay, next concept. Oh, sorry, this is a failure swing. Next concept. We know this is our drawn liquidity. So price will create this is a pending range. Why? What is a pending range? A pending R, I will call it. A pending R it is when there is a turtle soup in direction of our doll. This is our bias. We are focusing. Imagine this is a 4-hour candle, okay? And imagine this is a 1-hour candle, okay? So that would be our pending R, and we will focus on here, that turtle soup. This is our first objective, but look at the final one. This is our final objective, our final target. So this is a pending R, and it's not always like this. Could be reset. I don't know if in English it is reset or restarted, but I will call it $R. When the range R is restarted in the opposite direction of our drawn liquidity. In that case, price opens here. It makes a turtle soup of an opposite direction, and before continue higher, it needs to make a lower low. The possibilities of doing this are millions. I mean, it could do it in the first candle, can create another one, can create 5 more, I don't know. It depends every single day. It won't do exactly the same, but the concepts are the same. For instance, we have that. Because it can complete that double R, that would be a previous candle, and that would be the candle that makes the turtle soup. You can see here. And finally goes to our objective. Previous candle, and our next target, let's say, in low time frame, it is the high of that candle because it closes outside that range, and the final drawn liquidity are that high, is that high. Okay, I think you are understanding every concept. For now, are really easy. Yeah, these are all the concepts. So the first episode will be done here, and the next one, as I said, will be focusing on the time frames and important candles, and also with time. Okay, so see you on the second one. Bye. Hello, second episode of the series. This one will be about the time frames and important candles. First of all, let me delete everything because I just recorded today daily analysis for the Spanish version of the one-to-one. That they are on another level because they started a week ago, okay? So now I am on that trade that will take the take profit, I think, during I'm recording that video. So I will explain the analysis after it takes the take profit. So another aspect I want to say, this is the second episode of the Spanish version, okay? Because I want to explain exactly the same or as close as possible. And when I was explaining the second episode of the Spanish version, I was on that trade on July 1st, and I'm gonna explain it now too, okay? Okay, that was the trade. So before to start with the trades, I think it's important to know something important about the candles. So that's what I'm going to say now. Okay. And here we go. So, talking about the time frames, we need to know what is this. First of all, see this. This is the 1 hour candles of the day. starting with 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., etc., and which one hour candles open on that hour. For instance, at 1 a.m. opens a 2-hour candle, 4-hour candle, and 8-hour candle. At 3 a.m. opens only the 2-hour candle. Let's check it. Like today. See, 3 a.m. opens a 2-hour candle. And this happens every single candle. It is, before it happens, we already know that, okay? This will be very important. And here we have exactly the same, but on the opposite version. For instance, how many times open a 2-hour candle? So 5 p.m., 7 p.m., etc., etc. How many times open the 4-hour candle, and how many times, no, at which times open? 5 p.m., 9 p.m., 1 a.m., 5 a.m., etc. Okay, understand this. So with this being said, let's see the time frames we are going to analyze and which order. First of all, the 1 month chart. Next, 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, 12 hour, which will be this. Okay, 8 hour, 6 hours, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to explain this in a moment. Before the 2 hours, we have 144 minutes, and before the 1 hour, we have 90 minutes. These are also minutes, okay? So, why that time frames? We need to start with a higher time frame to know the narrative, okay? It will be 1 month. When we have the 1 month chart, we know where is the candle heading into in 1 month, but then we have 2 weeks that it happened exactly the same. 1 week. Every time frame has its independent, it moves on independent way, but respecting a higher time frame. For instance, let's go again here. Okay, this is important. So, as I said, every single time frame has its own. It works on its own. I mean, 1 hour in every 1 hour chart will work on its own, but it will respect the 2 hours. It will respect the 3 hours, 4 hours, etc., etc., etc. And every single candle, it happens the same. Okay, next. This is an example. Imagine that this is a 4-hour candles. Okay. Remember that this and look at 4 hour. So that will be, for instance, the 9 p.m., which is the Asian session. This is the London session. and this will be the London lunch and New York session. So what we have here? Okay, if you remember the first episode, this is our range, operative range. This is the turtle soup. This is our drawn liquidity. And what happens when that candle don't reach our drawn liquidity? It is a previous candle. What will happen the next one? It will reach it and complete the candle, complete the range. Okay, that could be an example of the day. What happens when it completes the range? It is a completed R, so reversal. We have now a new range here. This the body needs to respect. So, and this is our new target. Okay. So, with that being said, you will see now which are the important candles. Imagine now that this is a 1 hour candle. As always, our range. Imagine you are in London, at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 and 4. What we can see here. Okay, so ICT say, okay, between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. we have the silver bullet. This is a distribution candle. No, don't think like this. Think like a range. This is the range. Look at 2 a.m. candle. It doesn't take the low. And look at the 3 a.m. candle. It makes the turtle soup. So from here, we can start looking for longs. But imagine that this happened at the end of the 3 a.m. candle. So we are gonna wait for the new candle, 4 a.m. It will make a new range. It will create a new range inside the height range. So this is in the turtle soup. Remember, this is our bias, and this is our drawn liquidity. If the 4-hour candle doesn't reach the objective, we will wait for the next candle that will be like this. Okay. So in this case, which is the important candle? It is that one. Why not 3 a.m.? Because the 3 a.m. only do the turtle soup, but it is not the distribution candle. But imagine this now. Now the 3 a.m. it is the important candle. It doesn't need to make the turtle soup because it's already done. But into the turtle soup in this case, and the 4 a.m. candle will be distribution 1. And 5 a.m. will be our continuation or reversal, depends on what's happening in higher time frames. Don't worry about this now. Just if you are following this, you are okay. Okay. So yeah, important aspect. We are not entering before. So I mean, we are not trading before 2:45 a.m. unless there is one of the 4 GDP news, which are the ones: CPI, GDP, only with that days we can trade before that time. If not, we are not allowed to trade before 2:45 a.m. in the morning in New York. In London. Why? Because the algorithm will make the turtle soup around 3 a.m. It doesn't need to be at 3 a.m. It can be before, as I said, at that time. Always at the end of the candle. You will see here this concept in the failure swing episode. Okay. Now you just believe me. Okay, as I said, I want to recreate that video. This is what I just said about the 4-hour candles. This is the well, being said the order, I can analyze that trade. So this is what I'm going to do now. Okay, so it was 1st of July. Was here. So remember the order. First of all, we have the monthly, and we need to see some range. Do you see something? No. Look at this. This is not the turtle soup, so this is not our objective. I mean, it is, but we were the previous week, we were here, not here. Okay, so next time frame, it is 3 days. Sorry. We don't see anything. I mean, we can see this, but this is too far for that day. It was like 50 pips, so we are focusing on that candle. This is our next objective, but not for that day. Look at this. So we were on 1st of July. Let's go to 2 days and look at this. We were on that day and our trailing liquidity. We can refine it going into 1 day chart. This is targets, 12 hour. This is after the news, so I'm not interested. We were right here, not here. and you won't be able to see what I want to see. Yeah, let's see here, because the candle wasn't already printed. Watching this, you already see what happened next, and we were here, which is exactly here. This is the 2 days. Turtle soup, double liquidity, remember. 1 day we can refine. The target is not reached yet, 12 hours. Okay, now are looking here if we see some range. Look at this. This is a 12-hour range, but it is already reached. So we are just focusing here. We didn't see anything, so let's go to the next time frame, which is 8 hours. See, 8 hours, we can see anything, 6 anything, 4 anything, and the first one will be 3 hours where we can see something. Look at this, the 3-hour range, turtle soup, and our bias is bullish. This is just an inside bar, it's not doing anything. Our targets, the final one. So in 1 hour, what we can see here? This is a failure swing that I will talk about this in, I don't know if it is the 5 episodes, I think, something like that. So don't worry. And look at the time I was recording that. We had a news at 10 a.m. So I had my entry here and I re-entered just before the news. As you will see, as you will see here. Look at what time it is now. Okay. I walked again here. 7 pips stop loss. And exactly the same take profit, which was the 2 days range high. 10 seconds. And look exactly where it went at the range high. Take profit. And here I was saying that when it completes the 2 days range, it will reverse, and exactly what happened. Look at here, it completes and reverse. Why? Remember the theoretical concepts. This is a 2 days is a completed range. When it completes a range, it reverses, and also created another 12-hour range, which this will be our next dragon liquidity. And see what happens. Takes our dragon liquidities and reverses until the next dragon liquidity. So this was the analysis of that day. We are not focusing on the entries yet because it will be on the 4th episode, I think. But we have here our analysis. And today's analysis will be, let me see, it's very, very easy. For our range, the 9 a.m. New York candle made the turtle soup, so our final target, it is the 5 a.m. low. Failure swing, oh sorry, it is not a failure swing, it is an intra-turtle soup. This is a turtle soup, and this is the intra-turtle soup. This is the ideal short for me, but I wasn't at home, sadly. Here is where I entered the charts, and as soon as I saw that range, I sold here, and it will be take profit now. Really, really easy analysis. So let's continue where we here. Yeah, everything's set. So let's analyze some days with the time frame being set. Okay. So the same pair. Let's go to 23. 23rd of January with a 4-hour chart. Okay. So this will be a London trade. Remember, remember this. We are in 4 hours, so this is Asian session, and this is our candle in London. (1 a.m. and 29 p.m. So our range is that one. Sorry. This is our range. This is our turtle soup, and this is our drawn liquidity. When the candle can reach, we'll wait for the next one. But this is London, London, New York, the 5 a.m. candle. And what happens, remember also the first episode, what happens when it doesn't close inside the range. Our next objective will be the lows. Okay. Look that it closed inside the range, so that will be a failure swing. Don't worry about this again. And this is our new down on liquidity. And look at that candle. Okay. So let's see how we can trade that day. Remember, we are in London, the 1 a.m. candle, so let's go to now 3 hours chart. We can refine something. Look at this, perfect. So we have another range inside the higher range. So this will be our bias, this will be our down liquidity. We can refine 2 hours. Now look at the body, it is outside that candle, so nothing here. Let's go to 1 hour chart and look at this. So we can differentiate. Okay, as I said, we are trading not before the 2:45. Look at this, this is 3 a.m. The turtle soup happens at 2 a.m. candle, so we are not taking that short. we are not trading that turtle soup. Why? That happens at the beginning of the 2 a.m. candle. A 2 a.m. candle. So we are trading only after here. After here, we can see that we have the 3 a.m. power 3, which will be this. So that will be our shorts here, our ideal shorts for that day. And we are focusing on reaching 3 hours if there is no news, or if there is news, 4 hours, for hours. So this will be our trade of the day. Look at which time. So sorry, this is our liquidity, and we look for 3 hours. Okay, look at what time is that. It is not 5 a.m. yet, so we want the next candle to take the low, and we are leaving here, exactly here, because it is a new candle, the 5 a.m., the new 4 a.m. candle that will reach our objective. That's how we know that New York will be a continuation. I mean, I'm not focusing on exactly which candle will be the important one, because we already know. Depends of the R that are creating. In this case, why is not the 3 a.m. doing the turtle soup? Because it is already done. The 3 a.m. will be a distribution one. The 4 a.m. it reached our target node, but look how it closes here. So the 5 a.m. will be our candle that makes the take profit. Okay? So next example will be that one. So we are now in a daily chart, and we have this daily range. This is a turtle soup, and remember the first episode, close. This is our new target. It closes above, outside the range, so our new target. This closes inside that one, but remember, this is our down liquidity, so here and final one. When it completes here, what happens? It reverses. Easy, right? So let's see how we can trade inside that range. Look at here. Inside that range, we have another low time frame range. In this case, it's a 12-hour range. And let's see how we could trade that day. Remember, this is a pending R. Like this, it opens below the previous candle. So sorry, below the previous candle, with aiming the same high time frame objective, meaning this is a previous range. If it opens like this, that will be a restarted range. The double R opens, and you have free ride to go to final target. So how we can trade that day? Let's see. It means that you can trade short, because look at what happened. Almost 40 pips short, so you can short. No. Look at what we have here. So imagine we're in London now. This doesn't exist yet. Okay, we see this here. So we are trying that candle at 1 a.m. and the next one opens at 9 a.m. So this is our candle. This is our ground liquidity. Okay, why the price doesn't reach that one? Because remember we are a counter trend. When it creates another candle, look what happens. A new range has been created, and this is our bias. Remember, 12-hour chart, our bias, and the final target will be that high. Not this, exactly that one. So, how we can trade that London day? Final brown. Okay. 8-hour range we have, turtle soup, and let's refine our entry. We can see anything here. Look at the bodies. So, by the way, I'm gonna take the trade out. So we can do it here. Well, that will be enough for me now. It is protected, so I'm okay with that. It is the first day of the week, so I'm not in a hurry to make money. So let's continue with that one. Look at here, we can refine something. And that will be a perfect trade. Look at this. What is this? This is a turtle soup, and this is, I don't want this now. And this is a intra-turtle soup. Look at the time, it is 9 p.m., so we are trading the next candle. Look what happened in 1 hour. 2 a.m. Remember what I said about the GBP news. Only that days we can trade at 2 a.m. Let's go to that day, January 19th. And this is one of the news I told you, retail sales. So we can trade that day. We already know our drawn liquidity, which will be this and maybe this, but this is guaranteed, which will be almost 20 pips. It is enough to make money. So you can place your stop for reaching 3 hours or above the range high. Look at this ratio, it is not good enough, so you can lower your stop loss, whatever you want. I mean, you are entering before the news, so 3 hours is good enough. And remember what I said about the new candles. When a new candle is print and we are counter 10, we leave. So look at this time, this is 3 a.m. This is not the new 4-hour candle yet, so we can hold the trade and we exit exactly here. When it creates a turtle soup, the 4-hour candle. Look at this. This is an inside bar, so it is doing anything. This is our new range. This is exactly the why didn't reach that low. When it creates the 5 a.m., it creates also the 12-hour candle. So we have now a new range. This is a pending R, remember. It is the same bias of the high time frame drawn liquidity. And what was that? Sorry, this is a restarted R. Why? Because it restart. This is a reset counter turn, and this is our drawn liquidity. So does this, and when this is complete, we can reverse. I mean, we are, first of all, we are waiting for a new turtle soup after the R is created, something like this, and free ride to our target. And let's see what happened here. You see? Look at this. We started and free ride to go. But let's focus here. This is about I'm gonna set alarm. Yeah, it's done. Okay, take profit. Good start of the week. I think I will take it $100, and it's okay for me. Okay, let's continue with example. Okay, that will be a bit mess, but I will try to explain what happened here. So remember, 12-hour, the new 4-hour. This is done already. So let's start again. 4-hour, we have here is an inside bar. So let's refine our entry if we can. Yes, we can. Remember, pending R, low, I mean the final target. Let's refine. And what happened here? You see a lot of candles, but there's a logic. You see? What is this? The reset R. It is restarting our range. When this opens above, this is our target. So we already know it will reach that low. Okay. Let's refine if we can. And look at the boys. There is anybody closing about below that one? No. Respecting. Look at the wicks. It is closing outside, but look at the bodies. Always inside that candle. So, which is the direction for New York? Easy. Okay. What is the best that could happen to us? This is the final time of the PM session, starting here agent session. Which is the best that can happen to us? That don't reach our drawn liquidity. Why? Because we already know the bias of that day. Look at the London, what's happening. This is 3 a.m. Look at this. We already know what will happen in New York. Let's see if we can see some R. Nothing for hour. 3, nothing. 2, look at this. A pending R, aiming the drawn liquidity. Where are we buying? In the turtle soup. Where is the turtle soup? Here. 3 a.m. candle, so we can buy here. This is a failure swing. It doesn't mean that there is a SMT. It's just a failure swing, and we explain on this episode. So imagine. Also, don't. Sorry. This is not the time to explain entries yet. So just imagine we are entering a turtle soup. That will be, for instance, here. and our final target is exactly here. Remember, we are aiming for 3 hours, or if there is news, we are aiming for 4 hours. There is no news, so I don't know why it didn't take, but well, exactly what I say now. What is the best that could happen? That didn't take the final target. Why? Because we already know the next down liquidity. I mean the next bias, which will be still bullish. What happens when the high time frame R has been complete? We look for a new R. Look at this. Which is the time? 1 a.m. So this is London. And what will happen in New York? It will continue in this case. We already know the London and New York bias. So this is 1 a.m. We will wait for 3 a.m. That, and for instance, let's sell. Our day profit will be like 20 pips is enough, and easy money. What happens in New York? We probably created a, oh, look at this. Look at that R, look at that low. This is our final target. Imagine we sold here, so okay, you understand me, right? Okay, so next example I think is, yeah, that was the last one. Final brown. I already explained that one. Which is that day? 22nd. Oh yeah, remember that one. I skipped it. What do we have here? Okay. Look at this beauty. This is a 4-hour range. And look how precise takes our down liquidity. Just take me out. Take profit, so $100 for the day. So look how precise, how is the accuracy here. What happened is, if you sell here and you are aiming for that low or that low, you will never get it. Why? Because this is the low we are focusing. Remember, this is our short, 9 a.m. So from 9 a.m. we are looking for a new range to sell. This is the 4-hour candle starts. It makes a higher high. Just in the turtle soup. Oh, sorry. No, this is our turtle soup. Look at this. Our turtle soup. So from here we can sell. Here. So we will look for small range to sell. For instance here, and this will be our take profit. Nothing more than this. Not that one, not that one, nothing on the left, only this one. And you will see why. Let's see what happened. And when it takes this, look, only one candle and you're out. You will be waiting forever for that low. What happened next? It takes the high of the 1 hour, 1 daily candle, and finally it reverses. We already see that example. Okay, so I think that episode is done. We talked about the time frames. You already know which are the time frames that you must see, the order, and the important hours. Remember always that the range is talking to you. The turtle soup, when the turtle soup happens, will say everything. Okay, we are not trading inside here. We can trade here to here. Easy. Okay, so this is the end of that episode, so see you next one. Hello, so today's video is about SMT. This is the third episode, and let's start. First of all, this is the trade I am in right now. It's a short on GBP. Let's explain why. Remember, this is the range, and because we are bullish, that's my first objective, and maybe this is the second one, but I'm not holding the trade until the final round liquidity. Let's see if we can refine something. 12 hours, look at this. It is the same that daily low. Perfect. 8 hours, we can't see anything. I mean, we could see that one, but it is in the opposite direction of the higher time frame range, which is that one. Next 6 hours, we can't see anything. 4 hours, exactly the same. We had that one here, but what happens when price creates another one? Creates that one, and now we are in that range with the same direction of the higher time frame round liquidity. And this is the bias. And I would round liquidity. See in 1 hour. This is a failure swing. And we also have what? Look at this, SMT. This is what today's video will be about. Okay. We're also in the new week opening up, but this is not the today's concept. I think it will be in the 6th or 7th episode. So don't even look at this. And of course, don't worry about the entries. I think it's just the next episode that I will be talking about them. Okay, let's do that candle. So my trade is already break even because it took the 4 hour range low in a bullish trend, so it could just reverse and still go higher, which I'm not interested because I'm short right now. I will set an alarm right here. Okay. And right here. All right, let's start with the video. Let's go. So, really easy. So an SMT is just a turtle soup in one part and a failure swing in a correlation asset. I will talk about this later, about which are the correlated assets. And of course, it's exactly the same when bullish. Yeah, it's that simple. There are pairs that it has three correlated assets, and it will look like this. And you already know the next candle how will be printed. It will be a bearish candle. Okay. Why? Because the SMT indicates two things. First of all, if imagine we are bearish, if we have here an SMT, that indicates a reversal in price, meaning price it will change the to buy program. You can see here we are in buy program, turtle soup to the range high, SMT, and reversal changing to sell program. With drawn liquidity, it is a range low. And the other thing that it is indicating is a continuation. Imagine you have here another SMT. The first asset we can see here, this here, and in a correlated asset we see this here, which is exactly what happened today. This could be a GBP and this could be DXY, Euro, etc. Look at this. This is a continuation because we are inside the range, and that was a reversal. Understood? It's easy. Alright, so with that being said, let's see which are the pairs with that we are looking for correlations. So first of all, when we're looking at euro, we have VP, DXY, this is so these are the correlated assets. This is inversely correlated, and that 3 pairs, it's only when looking for trading news. So it is not the case now. We are just focusing on that too. Next, exactly the same. GBP pairs are U, DXY, chef, GBP cat, GBP out. When looking at Canadians, DXY are the correlated asset, EuroCAD and GBP ODCAD and CAD. So in this the second example I told you, where we have 3 pairs at the same time. Imagine CAD, this is USD CAD. It can make a higher high. Sorry, it makes a higher high. So this is a turtle soup. We can see here exactly the same in USD CAD. And imagine this is GBP CAD. And it fails to make the higher high. So watching this, we already know that this is a reversion or a continuation to the downside. Okay, it will be the next candle. That could be Euro, GBP, DXY. That could be AUD that one, and USD CAD for instance. You already know, okay? Next pair. That pair I am only trading with the news. I have 2 news that I can trade that pair, which are the interest rates and CPI. I am only trading CHEF in that 2 news, no more. And the last pair I'm trading, it is AUD, and the correlated asset is that one, only this one, okay? Well, of course you can add the XY for an inversion correlated, but this is the main one, okay? Let me see the trade, okay? So well, going to wait. Let me see. Okay, so don't believe me about this. You can check it by yourself. Going to my forex book, my FX book, go into correlation, and you write here up to 85, and you can filter the pairs. For instance, let's go to the basic one, which is euro, and you can see here, oh sorry, you need 1 month the time, and let's go to euro, and you'll see here, of course, 100% it's euro, the same pair, and 91 it will be GBP USD, as I just told you. And you can go to for instance, I don't know, well, the ones I trade are that ones, and just check what I told you, and you will see a correlation that will be very high. You won't see the XY because it is almost 100% correlated, but inversely. So when XC is making a higher high, sorry, a lower low, GBP should make a higher high, which is not what happened today. So we have SMT, meaning a continuation in this case. Or if you are just looking at this is the range we are trading, this is a reversion, and look at this, what happened exactly. Well, as I don't like wasting my time watching for SMTs, I want to watch it really quick. This is how this is how I have my trading view, how I split my trading view. If I'm seeing only 2 pairs, 2, and everything on except the symbol. And now you can change, and it will be really quick to look for SMTs, because it is exactly the same, it moves at the same time. You see here, you know, and look at this, higher high, lower high. Let's check for another one, if we can look at this. No, these are the same. Yeah, lower low, lower high, and this is a continuation to the upside in this case. Okay, really easy. You can change your time frame, it will change at the same time. And this is really quick when looking for SMTs. Okay, next point, it is, the day I recorded the SMT video for the Spanish version, it was 2nd of July. So let's change this to 2nd of July, a clean chart. That I took this trade. Here. And look at this. This is first. Here. Okay. I took this trade in both pairs. You can see SMT, which in this case will be reversal. Why? Because we are in a range. Look at euro, just completed the 8-hour range. So from here, remember the theoretical concepts. When a higher time frame range is done, it reverses and it creates a new range. Look at this 6-hour range. And if we don't see a clear range here, it doesn't matter because in a correlated asset, we have a clear range. So this is another type of SMT about ranges. When in a correlated asset, we have a range. In this case, that will be our demand liquidity, which is exactly the same here. In a higher time frame, well, you can see perfectly even that one with that target. No target. Let's see how we can trade that day. Remember our target, it's here. We can refine it a bit. And let's see how we can trade that one. Remember the 4-hour candle, it will open at 5 AM and it will make a lower low, or in this case a failure swing. Why GBP didn't make a lower low? Because remember, Euro had that 8-hour range, and look at DXC. I look at GBP, it doesn't have any range. You are here, look at this, it is everything done. We don't have anything, so it's have free right to just reverse. And Euro, remember, when it is a range, when it creates a turtle soup, it completes that range. Now have to create a low time frame range, then go up. This is exactly what happened in low time frame. Here, we can refine the 1-hour candle. Let's trade first GBP. We can see any 1-hour range because it makes a failure swing at 4 AM. So look at 15 minutes. We have a range. Don't worry about the entries now. Just wait for the video about the entries. But here's the entry, and here's the take profit. If we have a news, we are looking for 4 hours. If there is no news, we are looking just for 3 hours. In this case, I don't know if there are news, so 3 hours is it. Okay, and now let's trade Euro. Sorry. This is our take profit. This is our stop loss. And straight to the take profit. Okay. This is an easy way to trace the SMT. Now let's go to another example. June 6th. Let's go. Up here. I mean, these are the examples. I have on another screen, so don't get lost. All right. So look at this. So this day we had euro interest rate, so the important asset will be euro. We are just looking the GBP for SMTs, not for trading. We are trading euro. So in this case, let's see our direction. There is nothing clear here, so let's go to lower time frame and look at this. Well, first of all, let me see. I think we had 6 hours. Yes. Remember, we were here. This is not printed already. We were, don't look at that week. This doesn't exist yet. So we were here. Remember this, we are not looking at inside bars because it is not taking either the high and the low. We are looking at this candle and we can see anything clear here, but remember we are trading euro. So it makes the turtle soup, and this is our dragon liquidity. Let's go to lower time frames. If we can see something or we can refine something. Look at this. We can refine. Let's go to 3 hours. If we can refine, yes. Remember, look how perfect goes to the target and reverses. We have here a turtle soup and we have here SMT. In this case, have saying that price will reverse because it is an extreme of the range and going into the other extreme. We have the bias, but we have to think intelligent that if there is an interest rate of U, we are not looking for 20 pips. We can look for almost 30 pips. If there is NFP this year with that setup, we can look for that high, but not in a normal day. Maybe if there is no news, we can look just for that one. Remember, if there is SMT, you will get tired to listen to me saying this in the failure swing video, but my eyes are looking the candle like this when there is SMT, and I see a turtle soup. Even it doesn't exist, but my eyes see this. My eyes see exactly this. Okay, let's refine. We don't see anything here, and 1 hour. Look at this. So the news was at 8:15. This is a turtle soup, and this is the failure swing. How we can trade it? Remember, we're just trading U. So 8 AM, we want to create the 1 hour range, which will be this one. Why? Because we are not trading in an inside bar. Okay, this will be the 1 hour range. That's here. And we want to buy here before the news. But this is 8 o'clock. Next, sorry, this is 15 minutes. This is 8 o'clock. Here. And we want to trade before the news. So it is 5 and the low is not taken yet. Not taken yet, so this will be a failure swing when this is making the lower low. So we're just buying here. Look at this, the dragon liquidity is not reached yet, so we can buy again. Doesn't matter that we are buying up here because it will continue going to our target. It will be doing something like that, okay? So we are not fearful to buy again. Bam. This is not worthy to buy again because it just 3 pips, but when it makes that retracement, now it is like 8 pips, so we can buy again for the last time, and our take profit will be up here to the dragon liquidity exactly, and done. Easy money again. Remember, when it completes a range, it will reverse. Like this, it will reverse. Okay. Next example. I think it's getting clear, but if you have some doubt, just let me know in Discord or something. Okay, the next day will be 12th of June. This is the USA, the United States CPI that day, and I also took that trade. Okay. This is the day. So let's do exactly the same that we are doing all the time. We are looking for higher time frame hours. In this case, look at this and look at this. This will be our targets for that day. Let's go to 12 hours to refine. We cannot refine anything here, and nothing here. 8 hours. Look at this. We can refine something. We were here in the open of that day, and we already knew our bias. We were bullish. And look at this. We have also an SMT, which is a reversion. Okay. Let's see if we can refine a bit. Nothing and nothing here. 4 hours. Nothing. Well, we can refine this for the London session, so it will be interesting. Three hours. This is exactly the same. Nothing here because we are already going up. And finally 1 hour. So we were trading that day, and we want to go up here and up here in that pair. Let's see the trades I took that day. First of all, at 3 AM, look at this. Remember, what is this? It is a resetter. It is doing what? It is restarting our price in a counter trend, then going up to our direction. Okay. So that was my first trade. Low hanging fruit, total sub-entry. Just looking for that low, nothing else. As we are counter trend, we are not looking for 3 hours or 4 hours. It wouldn't make any sense because it will be like 2 previous stop loss is, it doesn't make any sense for me. This is like throwing money. Okay? I don't like this. So when this trade was done, take profit, take here, and it creates what? It creates another range. I didn't take that one, but that will be another trade. As always, don't worry now for the entries. These are biased, but we are not taking parcels here. Why? We are minimum taking parcels here. That would be by 15 pips, and then here. And finally here. Which is the take I took. So exactly the same. Remember, the other R that we have, it is a pending R. The pending R, it is aiming the higher time frame, the on liquidity. It opens below the other, I mean the range candle, which is that one. Opens below. Here, this was my entry. As there are news, I was looking for 4 R's. Something like this. And easy. So I took that trade in U, and I also took a trade on GBP, which was that. It creates exactly the same R, which is a pending. And I entered it in the turtle soup. This is the most optimal entry, as I like. Looking for 4 R's. That will be my trade. I don't like the team PV stop loss. I think I put like something like this. This is not the normal day, but it was easy money also. Okay. Alright, next example. To change our pairs, I'm going to because it's happening in every correlated asset. And I think I didn't take that one, but I was monitoring. I was watching. The day it was 13th of June. It was exactly the following day. That one. Okay, so first of all, you need to know the context. We were inside the 8-hour candle range with that down liquidity in both pairs. This and this. So this is our down liquidity, but the price doesn't go like this. It makes the turtle soup and it makes turtle soup and goes to take profit like this. Now this doesn't happen. Price it creates turtle soup, it creates a reset R, then it's creating a pending R, looking for our liquidity. Maybe then it is creating another pending R, and finally take profit. Okay, it's not going straight to the final target. So what happened here? Look at the bodies. Look at the opens. It opens below, so then needs to reset our range. And we also had news, meaning that during the news will be the Judas swing and then the final move. Let's see how we can trade that day. look at the 5 a.m. candle. It's showing what? It's showing an SMT, meaning a reversal. Don't look at this week, you need to look at that one. Before the news, we already had an SMT. I will talk about this in the freedom stream video. So, in my eyes, that candle looks like this. So this is the fake wick that I see, and this is how we can trade that day. We want to go long before 8:30, that are the news. It is like 5 minutes left. We are buying, and remember, we were short in high time frame, so low hanging fruit objective. If it's not possible to take 4 hours because we are counter 10, we are just taking what price can give to us. In this case, 2 hours, it's more than enough. Easy. And remember, this is our drawn liquidity in both pairs. I will talk about this about the entry models, but we have here an entry. Sorry, I didn't. We have here our first entry, and this is our take profit. And look what happened. It's perfect when it doesn't reach our target during the same day because we already know the direction for the next day. Look at London, easy, short. You see it is creating pending hours, which is the opportunity to short. Another pending, opens, goes higher. Maybe this is a reset because it opens, go below, then reset, and when it resets, it continues our direction, and boom, take profit here. And let's see exactly the same on the correlated asset. We can short here up to here, our take profit. Easy, right? So last example for that video, I think it's a really easy concept, and probably you already know because I see it digit, not the same way, but it is very similar. It is the eighteenth. So we had an SMT in London and in New York that day, so I'm going to analyze both. And here. So we had remember, when it completes an hour, it reverses and creates what? A 4-hour range. Sorry. Creates a 4-hour range. Exactly the same here. So we already know our drawn liquidity, which will be here and here. So let's see in lower time frame if we can see some SMT and range. Look at the 3 AM candle, and it fails to create a higher high, meaning SMT and turtle soup here. This is our bias. Sorry, the 4-hour range was already taken in both pairs, so this is not the range I was looking. I think it was a higher one. Yes, the 6-hour, maybe 8. Yes, this is our drawn liquidity, and that one fails, and we also will see why. Our drawn liquidity. Let's see how we can trade that day. So I took a short here in GBP, something like this, with stop loss above the turtle soup. Remember what I said before, when there is a failure swing, I see the wick like this. I see here on my eyes. Okay, that would be a perfect 1-hour range. So what is the final target? This is more than enough. When Dix takes the, let's see which time here, T40. Let's wait for T40. Well, if we were here, of course, we can take partials, but when you complete the R, we can exit our trade here. We don't need the final target because in a correlated test it is already done. And what happens next? It creates, because there were news, and it creates another SMT. Look at this. Meaning what? Range is done, so reversal. Range is done. You have to imagine that this is already done, watching at you, so reversal. Now that's complete. And it creates another range. Look at this. This is our new range, and our new drawn liquidity is here, higher. Exactly the same here. So the news were at 8:30. I took the short and then the long. It was a easy day. So we want to go long before 8:30. I think I bought you in this case. I don't remember. So the low was made at 20. Yes. Look here. At 15, GBP makes a lower low and EU fails to make the lower low. So we can anticipate what? An SMT. This is 20, 25, and we want to go long before the news. So just we are pressing the button. Because there are news, we are looking for 4 hours, meaning that our stop loss will be here. Okay. And remember, when the drawn liquidity is not reached, we can buy again. Buy again, no worries. And final target is almost guaranteed, 100% guaranteed here. it will go all the time. Look at this. The news already happened, but the target is not reached. What we can do, just buy. We are not worried about taking a loss because it won't happen. Okay. Yeah, this was the last example. I think SMTs are really clear. Remember, we have two of them. This is the range. Now let's see a long example. This is the range. SMT here meaning reversal. SMT in the middle meaning continuation. SMT and SMT. Okay, so this was the third episode. Let's see now how the trade's doing. I think it reverses a bit. Yes, I'm not worried. I mean, my stop is already break even, so this is a non-risk trade. I didn't talk you about that trade I am also in because it's more advanced. But it's really easy. We are here in a one-day range. We can refine. The vulnerability is not reached yet, so what I did is wait for the 3 AM candle as always. It creates what? Creates a range. It creates an intra-turtle soup. The buy is not reached yet. So in the new candle I am buying. Here I bought. The spread is not really good because I bought here, but I don't care. This is already a break even too, so risk-free for today is my take profit in USDCHF, and as this was reached already, it can just go to my break even, then go lower or just go higher. Let's see here. It's dancing around the take profit. I wouldn't do anything here for now because the movement is already done. I would wait for New York. There is no news today, so it can be just a shitty day. The real move will happen on, we are here, will happen here. Thursday, 8 AM. Sorry. We also have a GDP on GBP that we can trade before 2:45. Remember, we can trade at 2 AM. This is my local time in Spain. I don't trade that one because it's 4 AM in the morning. Too early for me. And finally, this is a easy news that we can trade too on Friday. Okay. So the video is done, and see you next one. Hello. So this is the fourth episode. It will be about bias, and let's go. I think this will be one of the most interesting and important videos for you because bias is one of the problems that most of traders are struggling with. So take notes and stay focused on what I'm going to explain now, okay? So as always, I will explain then this day because, as I said on the previous videos, I will try to, because on that day it was the day I explained the bias on the Spanish 1-to-1, so I will do exactly the same. I took exactly this trade, this long, and 2 longs on GBP. So I will explain it in a bit. Okay, so first of all, let's explain the bias. You already know how to know the bias, but let's explain in depth. As always, we have our range. When we have our range, what's what we need to determine that the range is activated? A turtle sub with a closing inside the range. Imagine that candle. This. Okay, this is a valid candle because it's closing inside that candle, including the wick. Also, this is inside the range. And our down liquidity will be this one. Okay. Then what happens in between, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just creating pending hours. It's just creating reset hours and just restarting hours. But the final down liquidity will be this one. Okay. New concept. Listen carefully. The last quarter of the range it fails to reach the range high and create a fade move, this one. I will talk about this on the entry episode that I like to take. In this case, that long and that long. The first and the last move. Why? Because what could happen in between, it could just do this. Imagine you buy here, it take you out in stop loss, or imagine you buy here, you are in retracement, okay, but it does what? It just go again to the range low, acting as a support and then going up. That's why I like entering at the very, very optimal first move and at the last move. But this video is about bias, so what I wanted to say now, that if the range is not over and we see, for instance, this, don't get trapped with the shorts. The job is not done yet, so make the last move. Remember what happened yesterday? Sorry. We had the 8-hour range. And see what happened. see what happened here. This is where I exit the position. I already told you why I exit here, the 9 AM candle. I knew that that would be our term liquidity, but look how many hours for only 3 pips. Okay, to me it's not worth it, but you can think here, okay, the 6-hour range is now done. It created a 4-hour range, so our new drawn liquidity is this one. No, 8-hour range is not over. We are in the last quarter. So what we'll do, a fake move, trapping shorts. Trapping shorts, and then up. We can go short here, yes, we do. But remember, when a new range is created, this will become a pending R, and this is our drawn liquidity. See, it is also creating that 1 hour pending R, and our longs. It will be too late for me because I don't like trading the PM session. It was almost Asian session, but look at this. And final target reached. Okay. This you can apply to not only 8-hour range, you can apply it to 1 hour range, 4-hour range, daily range, weekly range, etc. We will see more examples. Actually, let's go to the July 3rd. Yes. So we had, if I'm not wrong, it was 2 days maybe. Let me check my journal, the range I was watching that day. Alright, it was the 12-hour range. But remember, always look for higher time frame range. We have that 2 days. Really clean. Here was activated, creating a pending R. So let's go to 12-hour. Look at this. We can refine it. Look at this with the intra-turtle soup. Let's go to lower time frames. All right, 3rd of July. So, as always, don't get trapped going counter trend. Here you can be sure when the range is created, but when a new range is created, we change our double liquidity. Okay, look at this 6-hour candle, but of course this is not our double liquidity. Why? Because we're inside the 12-hour range and within in today's range. So when that range is created, we will use it to go long. Okay, this is a failure swing. Sorry, don't worry about this now. and I think it was also SMT. You already know how you can trade this. Okay. 2 a.m. Remember, we trade from 2:45 to the first trade until there is a 2 a.m. GBP news, which it was not the case. But look at what time. Exactly 45 was here. So from here we could take that long. I didn't take that long, I take that one. So look what happened on the last quarter. We were here in the last quarter. Actually, we can refine it. Last quarter, I don't care which range are you picking, but look at this. You might think, okay, the 1 hour range is holding. So this is our turtle soup and our dragon liquidity. No, we are in the last quarter of a high time frame range. It will create what? It will, in this case, we were in London launch, and it will create a pending R to go higher. So I mean, this is the pending R, or in this case, a restarted R to go here, then higher. But look, the next candle, what happened? Look at the bodies. If you are trading the last quarter, don't get confused trying to go counter trend. It will just create a new R and use it to go long to complete our range. Okay. We also had SMT here with a new range giving us the bias. So my long was here. The new candle, 6 a.m. Aiming for what? The hikes. It was something like this. And also you could take, it was an ADP news at 8:15 and the job was not done, so 8:30 with unemployment, final target was reached. I mean, not the final because it was a 2-day range, but remember, well, I will talk about this on that video. What happens if the final objective is not met on the same day, which is the best that can happen to you. Well, that day we had another news here, so final target were reached. So really easy day, just following our ranges. That's why after 50 bips day, we had a 10 a.m. news and it was still bullish. Why? Because if you divide the high range into quarters, you are in the last one, so the final move will happen. The same day, we had this on this pair. It was, I think, 2 weeks, if I'm not wrong. Yep. We were here. And look at this. We were inside a 2 weeks range, and we were in the last quarter here. We also create that pending R, but what I want to focus now, it is where we were at the 10 a.m. candle with the news. I mean, you could think, okay, we just took, thinking as a retailer or as a ICT student, you could think, okay, we just took that equal hike, so reversal. No, why? Because there is a bigger range here, and we are at the last quarter. Sorry. So what we'll do at 10 a.m. We are on the highest price of the day, but we are not scared to buy. Okay, our take profit will be at the range high. Just think always now with bias. So what I want to do now is going to my outlooks. I mean, not onto my outlooks, but see how I knew the direction of my outlooks and see why I was that precise, that accurate. Okay. But first of all, let's go to this one, for instance. So this is the 1 year candle. And look at this. So every candle is a year. And as always, think on ranges. So imagine we were in that year and it's creating what? It's creating a pending R. So we already know once the turtle soup has been made, we already know that year direction, it will be higher. So on that year, the month will be in the, sorry. Look at on 70, so look at the month, how it will be higher. Then 12th month again. Is the target reached? No. So this is a previous R, and we already know how it will be the next candle. At least it will create a higher high. And there you go. Next. Oh. Okay, so look at the next one. This was the previous candle. Once the big range is complete, it does what? It reverses. So look now at this one, previous candle, turtle soup, and we already know after the turtle soup our bias for that year, the following, and look at the body. It's closed inside that one. So it creates what? It creates a intra-turtle soup, and our new drawn liquidity is here. But look what happened here. Exactly the same. When going into our drawn liquidity, it creates what? The next year it creates the turtle soup and closing inside. So this is our new dragon liquidity. And try to imagine now that this is happening on every single time frame. Let's go to 3 months. Look at this. This is everything an inside bar. So this range is not activated yet. But look at this. Here, turtle soup, dragon liquidity, it fails. So this is still our down liquidity until a closing above here. Look at the wicks and the bodies are respecting this, so this is still our down liquidity. It creates a new range inside that range. So new down liquidity, and the last one, turtle soup and turtle soup. So in that quarter, because this is 3-month candles, this is the first round liquidity and the last round liquidity. Look at how it fails, but remember, last quarter. So let's go to lower time frame and see what happened. What is this candle? It's opening above and it is counter trend. So this, when it opens above, it's just going into that low, and from that low to create this R, it needs to create a turtle soup. So turtle soup with a pending R, focusing or aiming the final target, which is this one. And there you go. We can go now to 2 weeks. If we can see something interesting, look at this 1 week. This is perfect. Why it fails to create this one? Because in between it creates a new one. So we can refine this candle, maybe some SMT or filler swing, and final target. So you could do this in every time frame, and you will know our bias for that time frame. It doesn't necessarily need to be 3 months candles, because you have a if this is your 3 months candle, it doesn't mean that you only need to, in this case, go short every single day. No, it will create of course, days to go long and also days to go short. I mean, the final down liquidity is this one. It doesn't mean that you only focus on shorts. This is not the same when, for instance, this is a 4-hour candle. If this is a 4-hour candle, you are only looking for shorts. Why? Because the retracement, it will be only, for instance, if this is 30 pips, it will be only 10 pips to then go lower 20 pips. The retracement will be to create pending Rs or restart some R that could be in the middle. Alright, so as I said, let's go to I still have, if I'm not wrong, yes. I think I started doing my outlooks right here, more or less, but I'm not keeping the arrows. But since I'm keeping, look at how precise it was, my outlooks. We were here, retracement higher until this height. We reach, look at this, perfect here. Next outlook, Friday, so Monday here, it makes what? It makes a lower low and return to here, exactly here, and then what? Look at the reaction. New Monday here, this is Friday, and I say, okay, it will go up to this high, and boom. This was complete as the XY already took that low here, but as the job wasn't done, and I stopped doing my autos here because here I was on vacation. But I would say something like we're here, yeah. I would say something like this, and for this week, I don't know because I didn't look. But let's go. Why I knew all the outlooks. I mean all the bias all the time. Okay. What do you have here? A weekly range. So let me see. Yeah. So this is, yeah. I can delete this for now. Look at this. This is Friday, so on Monday we create a turtle soup. And also we got 3 days and 2 days. It's very, very clean. So which will be the bias for that week until this high, and then this high is reached, of course it will belongs. It's that simple. We are only focusing on longs until this, and then this is reached. Meaning what? When it opens above, we have a low hanging fruit objective. Look at this. The target is not reached. Why? Because it creates a pending R, and the low of the range acts like a support, a real support. Okay. So let's see how we go trade this, for instance. Let's look at 12 hours. Turtle soup, final target here, reach. When the range is complete, it reverses and it creates another range. Look at this, final target not met, and aiming the down with this. So this will be just what? Turtle soup and a range in low time frame. Look at this. It just complete that one. So until, look at this fails to make the 8-hour range low. So this is a previous R, creating a new range. This is our new ground liquidity. So we already know how will the next candle be. This is Asia, so easy longs for London, and we could refine. We already know that this is a fake move. Why? Because it's going into the other direction of our objective. Simple, right? So let's continue. Will you trust this? Why not? Remember, last quarter, it creates what? A pending R. inside the pending R, what we have? Another pending R that we can refine. This is our London candle. As I said, we don't need to go only long until the target is reached, because this is a 1 day range, if I'm not wrong. So in between we can short. Look at this. We have our turtle soup and shorts for London until which candle it will create the low of the day, 5 a.m. So 5 a.m. candle will create the turtle soup, and we already know the bias for the next candles until this high is reached. And look, this is the end of the day, so this will be Asia, and London. London didn't reach the high, so we already know the bias for New York, bullish. When a huge R is created, is complete, it does what? It reverses. Let's see if we see some R to reverse. Look at the 12-hour range. And this is our dragon liquidity. Let's see how we can trade this. This was a news, so it could be difficult to trade this. But if you know this dragon liquidity, you will see this on the entry videos, but this is your first long, short, second short, and our dragon liquidity. Was the target reached here? No. So this will be what? Look at this, pending R and easy shorts. Okay. But remember, was the final target met yet? That was the weekly and 3 days. Yeah, the weekly and 3 day range. No. So our dragon liquidity is still higher. Our bias is bullish. But let's go to, let's continue. Okay, what do we want now? We just we restarted that R, counter trend, so this is a restarted R, and we want to continue higher, what? A pending one. Look at the body, it closed below, so we are not taking this into account, and we want this to create a new pending. Let's see. There you go. Look at the body. Yeah, inside. So we have bias for the next, in this case, days until this height is reached. Perfect. Why? Because look at this. There's a lot of things that I can say. Okay, let's go step by step. Remember, we are bullish, and this is London. This is a 1 a.m. 4-hour candle, which is London, and we want what? Look at the 6-hour candle. Is doing a turtle soup. Let's see if we can refine. Yep. This is a failure swing. 3 a.m. candle. Don't worry, you will know why that happened, but go into lower time frames to see an R. This is a hint why we can see a failure swing here and not a 1-hour range. Look at the time. Only 5 minutes left for the new candle. That's why I say I want to buy new candles or failure swings. So we have a really easy long. Just go long until Your account don't let you go long because you are full margin. Is that crazy? I know. This is our final target that will be around 20 pips for the day is more than enough. I mean, not for the day, for the session. Remember what I said about the quarters? We are the last quarter, so we are not trusting this as a short. We want to buy here. And surprise, again, easy shorts, easy longs. Done. But remember, this is just in the big, in the big image, this is just a turtle soup of the 12-hour range. Remember? And this is the final target. So what happens for the next, let's say, for the next 2 days, we already know our bias. It's that simple. What time is this? 9 a.m. New York. So this is perfect. Why? Because we already know the bias for that day. When the bias will be, let's say it will fail if this, the 12-hour range low doesn't respect. Let's see if with respect, we had, for the time it is, this is FOMC after what? Restarting that R. Let's see if this is a failure swing. So in my eyes, I see that candle like this. This is the bias. Let's see if we can refine. 3 hours. Yep, look at this. We don't even need to refine. So we don't even need to see the fake turtle soup because we have this clean R. Can we trade that news? What everybody will say is gambling. ICT said this kind of news you can trade because it's, you don't know what to do, you can burn your account. Okay, whatever you want. Whatever you want. I'm buying here. I don't care what you say, I'm buying here. Perfect. It doesn't reach, so we already know the direction for the next candles. Perfect. This is exactly what we want to say, to see. Why? Because we already know what will happen next. What is this? This is a pending R aiming the final down liquidity for that day. So what are we doing? Here we are buying. It is a new candle. Yep, look at the time. It's a new candle, so we are buying here. Buys. This is not opportunity to short, this is opportunity to go long. Well, this was Asia, so it will consolidate, and we already know the bias for London. This is the best that could happen to us. That the target is not reached in Asia, in this case. So what we'll do in London, okay. We need to see the low time frame Rs. Look at this. It opens above, so this is our new down liquidity, but we need to see the bodies. Yeah, look at this. This is our real buy. Here. But the body is still inside. Look at the 1 hour range. I'm just doing this blindly. I'm not looking the correlated asset. I'm not looking at what news it was that day. But if I would see this, I would refine a bit. I mean, look at this. Look at that candle. Look at the bodies. Every single body respecting that candle. So this will be our minimum target to reach before going long. So once this happens, that 1 hour range is done. So it will create what? It will create another one. Doing what? Turtle soup. Once the turtle soup is done, we are buying a 10 AM candle in this case. Here. And we are in the last quarter, so we already know our double liquidity. Let's see, yep, in Asia. Easy, right? But remember, it's Thursday. Let's see the next week. This was NFP, but I mean, we already knew the bias for that NFP. But look at this, it didn't reach the sorry. Look at this, it didn't reach the drawn liquidity, so this is Sunday, and see that candle. This is an inside candle, so we want what? We have two options here, this or this. Are you agree? Yes, you are. Look. And look. Everything is telling to us, go fucking long. In the turtle soup, our first round liquidity didn't reach it on that day, so perfect. Why? We already know the bias for the next day. What is this? Previous R. How we could trade this? We can refine. Let's see if we can refine more. Look at the time. So we already knew in that day the bias for London, which was to make that low, and we already knew the bias for New York. I will tell you this in the news episode, that we want to trade as close as possible to the news. Look at the time, 7:30. We are not trading yet. It's just activated the 1 hour, the 1 day range, being pending because it's aiming the final target. This is not even 8. This. So we want to see now a try to make a lower low, but you will see that it will fail in this case. Yep, this is a failure swing. Don't worry about this now. Also, don't worry about the entries, but you already knew the bias and what to do in this day. So just we are going on. Our down liquidity is not reached, so we are not careful to hold on. Okay, new day, Asia. Perfect. Target is not reached. Why? Because we already know the bias for the next day. Perfect again. Look at the time. Which will be the bias for New York? Let's see if we have some news. And blindly, I will go long on the next candle and see what happens. Are you surprised? No. Why the icttrade news was short if we were in the last quarter and really close to that target. Let's look at 4 hours. This was the candle. No, it was 5 a.m. Oh, sorry. This was the candle. What is this? This is an, I mean, at the moment of the news, we are inside. Look at this. So we were at the 5 a.m. candle for our candle, but inside the 1 a.m. candle. This is a red flag. We are not trading news inside the candles. Why? Because it's, in these cases, this one is doing the fake move. Then when the fake move is done, it creates what? A pending R going into the real move. And exactly what happened. When I don't know if this was a one. Yep. What happens when a big range has been complete? Creates what? What is this? Pretty bizarre because it can reach our final down liquidity and it reached at 9 a.m. Final range is complete and reversal. What is the down liquidity? This. We don't need this. Why? Because we're still bullish. We are just looking for a low hanging fruit objectives. Also, don't worry about the entries. But look at the time. 9:50, 55. It creates the higher high. What's the what's the probability to the next candle? It will fail to make a higher high. Why? Because look at the time. 9:55. This is almost the 10 a.m. candle. So for me, this is the 10 a.m. candle. So failure swing. Where our target? Right here. Look at that day. Easy longs. Easy shorts. And was the target meet? No. So that's perfect. We already know the bias for the next days. We want a new R to be pending. Look how precise. This is what is a restarted R. Opens above. This is our new target. So we want what? after going long, this is complete, but we want a new pending to go long, right? The 4-hour candle was not pending yet, so the news is going into the wrong direction, trapping everybody. I mean, everybody will know that this is our down liquidity. I mean, it's too obvious, but doing this is trapping everybody. I shorted that news, by the way. It was really, really easy. Remember? Well, not remember. I'm telling you that we had also that 8-hour range that must be also done. When a big range is complete, it reverses. So where are the longs? First we have the shorts on the news with a take profit, no more than this. Where are the longs? Here until here. There's news, so we are looking for 4 hours. If we couldn't take this because this could be a bit complicated, we are just following and trusting our draw on liquidity. Let's see if this could fail to create a new long opportunity. Perfect. You see how easy it is to find our bias? I mean, you have a VCAR, you know the bias for the next 1, 2, 3 days. If it fails to create, to reach the drawn liquidity, you know the bias for the next day. When you here, already know what to do next. Here, you already know what to do next. It's that simple. So let's continue. And finally, final target has been met. So what happens when a huge arc has been done, has been complete? It creates what? It needs to create a new range, then go lower. Like this. Perfect. Here. This acts like a resistance. Look. Look. This was complete. It creates this one. It's every single day the same. Easy. Really, really easy. So, new week open here. And why I say this was my outlook. Look at this candle. And we need to create what? To create the high of that range to go lower. Because this is already done, but we need to create a pending arc to go lower. So is an inside candle. Focus on that big one. Low is taken. Perfect. Look at this. Look at the arrows. And when the low is taken respecting the bodies, where is the target? Here. This is already, so I can delete it. Perfect. And perfect. Let's refine our entry. What do we see? We see the drawn liquidity for London and the drawn liquidity for London Lunch and New York. Well, it just created into turtle soup and they respect that one, so it creates another one. What time it will do this? At 5 a.m. The new 4-hour, 12-hour, 8-hour candle. No, 6 hour, sorry, candle. So let's refine. We can refine even more. Sorry. So we already know what to do that day. This was London lunch going to New York. We had news at 10 a.m. Do we know the bias of the news? Remember, last quarter, this is not a short opportunity, it's just an opportunity to go long. It creates what? Pending R to aiming to our dragon liquidity. Dragon liquidity was, remember, yes. Are you surprised for that huge long candle? No. We have news, so we are looking for Rs. Yep. Was the target met? No. So this is what I'm going to do all the sequence. Look at the time. 9:50, 10 minutes left for the news. So we are buying as close as possible. Was the target met? No. We are not fearful to still going long. And final target here, done. Is that easy? We can delete all of this right now. Not the arrow. And remember, I wanted to create a weekly pending R to go short. Look at this. Alright, so going into new week. If I'm not wrong, I didn't create the look for that week. I don't know why. But look at this. Do we know the dragon liquidity? Look at this. Let's see if we have a bigger R. Yep, look how perfect. 3 days R, so we already know the bias for that week again. Going into 4 hours. Here is a turtle soup on Monday, and first Friday of the month means NFP, and we were really up on the R, and look what is our dragon liquidity. Almost 300 pips. Let's refine this entry. Look at this. And look at this. We are not taking into account this one. See, the high is here, 21, 23, so yeah, we can refine. Look at this. We can refine with an intra-turtle soup. Why? Because we want to go short as close as possible to the news. So we are not trading that candle, first of all, because it's Asia. Well, actually, I don't know if it will be this NFP. Let's see. Yeah, this must be NFP, but yeah, sorry, this is an 8-hour candle. My bad. Look at this, we can refine, and finally a 1-hour candle. Look how beautiful. If you know, is a previous art for the way, by the way, going into the 12-hour range high turtle soup, and we are selling here into this NFP, so 36 pips. It will make it so easy. We are focusing on our next target. 70 is enough, but final target wasn't reached, and look at the first candle of Sunday. Boom. Done. What I was saying is that if you see how there's something better than this strategy, just let me know. I'm really interested, okay? There is nothing that comes close. Next week. This is the Friday candle. So, sorry, I delayed the arrows. Yes. What I was expecting. This was Friday. I was expecting what? Remember, we are bearish now. You see, this is our new down liquidity, but price not going straight to our target. It won't do. Turtle soup and boom, no. We are here. It will create what? A fake range. This we don't need that. This won't be our driving liquidity, but it will create a turtle soup, and then we wait for a new pending R and final move. Something like this. Oh yeah, finally. So forget what I just said. Maybe it was 2 weeks. Yeah, sorry. It was 2 weeks, and look what happened. Final target was met, and look at the bodies inside. Actually, it's really strange that this happened, that going straight to our target. Well, I mean, we are not trapped going longs. Why? Because do you see some range to go long? Look, it's just going short. You see, there is no opportunity to go long. Look at that London day, we already know the bias. This is a pending R, and when this is complete, it creates what? Creates a new R. See, look at this. Remember, this is a 2-week range here. And boom, final target. Let's see if we have another outlook. Yeah, this one. This is the last one I will comment because it's okay. So on Friday we close right here. So what do we have now? Okay, this two weeks range, turtle soup, and we were here. So our down liquidity is bearish. This, and we were here, and look at the 4-hour chart. We see that candle. Look at the bodies, and with intraturtle soup. So we already know this was what I say in my outlook here, and then creates a pending, and boom. So the bias for Monday will be going long. This is perfect. We want this to hold, and look at the time, 2:45. And so let's see what's happened. Easy, right? So now we want to short, go short. So we are waiting for what? A pending R. Let's see if we can find someone. Look at this. Look at the bodies. See if there is a big one. Nope. Nope. So the daily range is the biggest one. Also, we had here, I remember SMT with GBP. So another confluence that will make what? In my eyes, I will see this as a range with the first terminal liquidity here. This doesn't exist. So we already have the bias for London on that day. 3M candle, power 3, boom, easy. Going into the, on that day we have news, and we have our terminal liquidity. What do we want? By the way, on that day we have also this Friday 21 of June. Here. '21. Remember, we have this is my local time. This is 2 a.m. in New York. Real says on GBP, and create what? We can trade the 2 a.m. candle, creating a 4-hour pending range, aiming final target. So we can trade what? We can trade this in the turtle soup, the 2 a.m. candle. We can trade up here. First news was here, and another one's here. Look at this. 950 French flash manufacturer PMI and 930 German flash manufacturing PMI. Why the target wasn't reached here? Because the XY completed the R, so when the R is completed, it reverses. Going into the new week, it reverses, and okay, the XY complete the job, but remember, we still bearish. So we are waiting for what? A new range to be created. This is a failure swing, meaning my eyes are seeing this. Can delete all of this. Look, this 1 day range, it is still holding. Yes, look at this. Look at the wicks where are stopping. This acts like a resistance, real resistance. And this is still our final double liquidity. So as I say, failure swing, my eyes are seeing this. Let's refine our entry for London or New York. Is London. And yeah, look at this. Remember, my eyes are seeing this, so we have our down liquidity for London. Let's go into 1 hour. What time the high has been made? At 1 a.m. So we are trading the 2 and 3 a.m. candle. Look at what time, because I traded that day. I traded and I sold. What time? 2:45. Look at this. $2.45. Create a range, and I sold 850 on that candle. Where is my down liquidity for that day? Here. This is perfect. Now, short opportunity. Let's see if we can find another. No, it's going straight to take profit. Remember, this is the final down liquidity. Let's see if we can find another setup. New day. There's news that day. I don't know. But going straight to the take profit. Look at this. This is what? This is a failure swing. My eyes see this. So where are we shorting? Right here. Raise our take profit here. And by the way, look at the time. This is a new candle. Okay, 8 a.m. Forgot to comment. And what happens when a huge range is complete? It reverses. I think I'm going to stop the video here. Just look at this. All the time is doing the same. Is the job done? No. So we have the direction for Asia. And every single day is doing the same. Three days range, going into new week. Where is the driving liquidity for the next week? Look, the new week opening up on that day. Almost 40 pips going into our driving liquidity. But this is our final draw liquidity. No. Let's go to 1 week, and this is where we are right now. It closes the new week opening up. I will comment this on the new week opening up new gap episodes. Creating what? Creating a daily range into our drawn liquidity. So final target, last target. Let's refine. What do we see? Done, and to when objective is done, it creates a pending R to go higher. Objective done creates a new pending R to go higher. The target is not met, so we already know the bias for the next candle. Easy, right? What's the bias that could happen to us? That this is not reached on that day. Why? We already know the bias for the next day. And this is where I started that video, 3rd of July. And I think I'm going to stop here. I covered a lot. This is a very important video. Make sure to backtest it as much as you can, study as much as you can, watch it the times you need, and you can do exactly what I did with another pairs, for instance, going to GBP or going to previous days, like random, I don't know, going for here, you can do exactly the same and practice, okay? So thank you for watching. I will do the review on the afternoon because look at today's London price action was really shitty. It moved only 7 pips. What a prank, bro. GP, exactly the same shit. 15 pips. I was looking for that hours. It is still okay. Is this still can be valid? In 20 minutes we'll close this one, so this 4-hour candle won't be valid anymore. If we want to go short, we want this, the new 5 AM candle to open above, creating a turtle soup. And being like this. But actually I don't know, because remember this on you. We are almost here. Only 13 pips. Actually in 50-50. Look at the precision. 1 hour candle done here. 2 AM, 2 AM, 3 AM failure swing, and reversal. 7 pips, so it's not worthy for me. Remember the where we have been watching how clean and how trash is this compared to what when we have a clear range. All that price action I just told you is really easy to navigate in the market. When there is no clear range, look at what shitty price action we have. So just wait, better days are coming. Watch another pairs. This also is failing, but look at this. Okay, I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to stop here. Thank you for watching again, and see you on the review that afternoon, okay? Bye. Hello, welcome to the 5th episode that will be about the entries. Alright, let's start. So always with our range. So for the entries, think that everything is fractal. So if we want, imagine that we are bullish. If we want to be here, we have to do exactly the same with the, imagine this is for our range, and let's go to lower time frame with a 1 hour range, and then finally 5 and 15 minutes to find another range, okay? So where are we buying? We want to buy here because it is the most optimal point to go long in this case, and here, the last leg going into the final target of the range high. So how are we looking for, or how we can find the most optimal entry? Doing exactly the same. Remember, these are our high time frame range. What will be this? Our problem liquidity. So imagine this is for our chart, the big one, and let's zoom in a 1 hour chart, for instance, to find our, this is here. When I say 4 hours, could be 6 hours, 12 hours, whatever, okay? A clear down liquidity. And when I say low time frame, it could be 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, you know. And which is the pattern do we want to see? Exactly the same that we want to see here. Turtle soup and this. So where we want to buy? Exactly the same. Here, right? In the turtle soup. So now let's go to do every time the same until finding the best long opportunity. What are we doing? This. Find another low time frame R. Well, imagine. Okay. And in this case, we have a time frame to look, which is 15 minutes and 5 minutes. And what we are looking is exactly the same. We are not refining until 1 minute because it is not necessary. It is more than enough, we will see. So now let's see which is the sequence to find our entries. First of all, we are bullish, so the first one it is what? Turtle soup is always the best or the most optimal entry. There is nothing more optimal than the turtle soup that creates a swing of the movement. You can't way lower than this. So this will be the first one. Turtle soup or failure swing. Imagine that 1 hour chart looks like this. This is a failure swing, but look where we are. This will be something like this. Sorry. Here. This is the failure swing, but the turtle soup of the range has been made. But when we refine, we look that there is a turtle soup. Or here, imagine. Here, I have this. In this case, this is a failure swing. Or in this case, we have intra turtle soup, which could be something like this in lower time frame. Are you agree? Yes, you are. So next one. There are now two entries that are, I mean, this is not the, it's not always the same that the second one is this and the third one is this. It could change, it could only be one of these two, and you will see now which are the entries. Remember, we are bullish now, so high time frame range low, acting as what? Change instead of delivery. Look at this. Remember Friday's price action? Now we'll see an example, so don't worry. When price tries to break, fails, and the body closes inside. This will be our second best long opportunity here. The red line. It is the second best long opportunity. The third one, another block that acts like exactly the same, change instead of delivery. So in low time frame, we won't see always this. We'll see, for instance, and it won't be that clean as it does like this every single time. Maybe it's something like this. Let's first make a candle, a bullish one, with okay. So this is the order block because it is the last candle. In this case, we already know that this is a bullish range, so we're going from here in a sell program, right? It creates what? It creates the turtle soup of this range. When it creates the turtle soup, the algorithm does what? It changes the state of delivery, and now we are in a buy program. And this is our drone liquidity. Okay, so this change in state of delivery, it is exactly the last candle of the movement, which will be this one. So this is the high time frame range low, And let's see the sequence now. Well, it's not over. We have a 4-1, power of 3 within low time frame range. The low time frame range, it is the 5 or 15 minute range. I'm just doing freestyle. Okay, so this is how the low time frame range looks like, and let's see our sequence of the entries. First one, this and this, which are the turtle soup or failure swing entries. This is a failure swing, this is a turtle soup. There are infinite possibilities. I mean, this, 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 this. Okay, you need to adapt. All right, second one. High time frame range low that acts like a change in state of delivery. Look at this. Imagine turtle soup has been made. So which is the next one? Here. Second one, the red line. Third one, another block. When this candle closes above the order block, I mean the bearish one, it creates another block. So as soon as this opens and touches order block, we have our third entry here. Here it returns to the order block, so we can buy again here. Next one, power 3 low time frame, the low time frame range. When we are here, inside here, we can still go long. Okay, this one, it's not doing turtle soup, it's not touching the range low, it's not touching the order block, but look at this, it is inside the range. So we can buy every single candle that do this inside the range. Here are our longs. Here, as soon as the candle opens, we go long here. We can go long here, yep, because it is still inside the range. We can go long here, no. Look at this. When we leave the range, the buys are done. We need to have our position created. Look at this. Imagine this happens. It returns to our range. We do not care. Our position is over. We can't buy here. Okay. You will see there is only one exception, that it is when this is imagine 15-minute range, which will be an order block, and here. But our stop loss must be below the range low. Okay. So also another thing, I mean, the last example is just an exception. Most of the times, this is our unique lungs opportunities. When it closes above, it's over. Okay. Stop loss position always below the turtle soup. Here. Looking for what? 3 R's, or if there is a news, we can look for 4 R's. Something like this. Without news, this is our stop loss placement. Okay. Another thing. If you have seen my Twitter trades, you will see this. Yeah. Okay, so this is a high time frame range, and as I said, this is the, well, let's change now to cells. Okay, so the algorithm is going to by program create the turtle soup of the range here and change the state of delivery to cell program. So this is the, in this case, remember the second one. In this case, this is a range height of the high time frame range, which also could be the order block. Okay, so where we want to sell? On the right of the curve always. If we are buying, we want to also buy on the right of the curve always. Why? Because the turtle soup will be made already. Here, in this case, something like this. Turtle soup will be made, so we want to buy after the turtle soup is made to don't get into drawdown. If there is a turtle soup, it's okay, but we are on the, I mean, imagine this, we're into some drawdown, but we are in the most optimal part of the range. So let's try to buy always the right part of the curve. Okay. Exactly the same. Here is a turtle soup. Done. So we want to short the right one because the turtle soup made and we won't be into drawdown. In this case, you see, perfect entry and price is already going into our down liquidity. So if you see my trade examples, you will see that I always try to trade the right part of the, look at this. You see, this is a curve in low time frame, and look at where which will be that entry in the sequence. So if the first one will be the turtle soup, in this case in the turtle soup here, we do not see here the second one, but it is. And the third one, it is the order block. Here you see the red candle changing state of delivery, and which is the third one, the two here and here. Power 3 inside the 15-minute range, which is this one. Here are the ideal longs in this case. Look at this. This is 15 minutes, but look at this. You see? We are not buying this one, we are buying this one. Because the turtle soup is already done. Look at this. Look at this. It's always the same. Look at this. From here, well, in this case here, it is the turtle soup. So from here, start the sell side of the curve. Let's see more examples. Look. Look. Always the turtle soup has been done yet. Already, sorry. You see? Remember, in this case we have a failure swing. So in my eyes, look at this small wick. It's doing what it's doing, turtle soup. So first one and the second one, when this close above, when this opens, it does what? Power 3 towards the order block, and look at these two candles are inside this one, so longs and longs, and here we are done. We can't wait here. And final objective. Here's some more examples. Sell side of the curve, buy side of the curve. Turtle soup, and look at this candle. It is what? It is the last candle of the sell side of the curve. So it is doing what? It is doing the change in the state of delivery. Look at this wick here. Touch what? The range low and the order block. And when we are leaving this range, we are done. We can't buy anymore. Okay, you understand, right? Another thing, yeah. I said the most optimal, but remember at the beginning of the video I said I like buying the most optimal, which is the order block, the turtle soup, and the last leg going into the range high, in this case, the round liquidity, which will be this one. Look, the last one going into range low, range high, it is something like this. Remember that day this commented already. So I don't like buying in between the movement. Only the last leg and at the optimal point. Why? Because you don't know if price will do this. Imagine you buy here. This is not the most optimal. This is, imagine this. You are here and you got stopped out. And price is what? It reverses into our terminal liquidity. Okay, that's why I'm buying here and I'm buying here. This only happens in the lower time frame ranges. I mean, if this is a 1 hour, this is London kill zone, and Here it is New York kill zone. And this is New York kill zone. It is when I apply this, but if this is a daily range, and this is, imagine, Tuesday, the range has been created on Monday. In this case, of course, we can trade that leg because we can do exactly the same in lower time frame. Here, this is a turtle soup, so of course we can buy here inside the daily range. You understand, right? But if this is a 4-hour range, we are not buying in the middle, in between, because we don't want stop losses. Okay, I think it is clear. It's pretty easy. And let's go to some examples. Oh yeah, important aspect I didn't comment, which I will go deeply in the failure swing episode, but we're buying the new candles. What is a buy candle? Sorry, a new candle. Imagine this. This is the 3 a.m. candle, and we want to sell. So what will do price? So the algorithm, it will create a higher high at the beginning of the new candle, which is what? Turtle soup. If price doesn't create the turtle soup, it will be what? The failure swing. See? But we want to wait for the new candle to open to trade. We are not trading at the end of the candle. Why? Imagine this is this is a good example. Look at the time. It is 55 here. Here, 55. Perfect. So the algorithm will do what? Is at the beginning of the candle, it will create a higher high. Why? Because the algorithms, it's coded to do what? This happens in every time frame because everything is fractal. So this could be a 1 minute candle, 1 hour candle, 1 day candle, 1 weekly candle, okay? Because the algorithm can see the positions, it creates what? It mitigates the high and lows of the candles. And this is what? This is our range. Imagine this is a weekly candle. We want to go short here and exit here. But imagine this is a 1 minute candle. The algorithms, when opens a new one, it mitigates the high and it mitigates the low. Before doing what? Before doing its movement. We were bearish, so before going lower, price needs to mitigate the high and then go lower. Why? Imagine this is a 1 hour candle. Sorry, 4 hour candle. Here there is a real positions protected with that high. So mitigates the candle, meaning tries to go to every stop loss that there is in the market. So this is where we entry. Remember, every entry is an exit and every exit is an entry. So if we were long, we are exiting in the new candle here because we know what the algorithm is doing. And if we want to go lower, we short in the new candle here when the algorithm mitigates the high. And where are we exiting? The new candle. The new candle mitigates the low, and imagine this, it go higher. If we walked that turtle soup, where are we exiting? Here. At the new candle. And it's exactly the same. It gives a new short opportunity and whatever price want to do. Okay. That's why I want to entry at the beginning of the candles and not at the last look at this. This is a Friday example, okay? What time is this? 55. This is a 2 a.m. candle. And here is the 3 a.m. candle. So in 1 hour, what we can see, look, it mitigates the low and goes higher to our drawn liquidity. In low time frame, we see this. So we wait for the new one, which will be this. It is the open of the 3 a.m. and remember the sequence. Well, let's do it. Remember I said that it was bearish. Why? Because we had this, but what I didn't see is this. The 2-week range. So let's do all the sequence of that day, okay? Okay, so we are in 2 weeks and let's refine. The 1 week range high is already done, but we are where? Last quarter of the range. Okay, so let's refine. 3 days, we don't see anything. No, because it is everything mitigated here. We are just looking here. Okay, nothing here. 1 day, nothing. Nothing. 12 hours. Nothing. 8. Well, actually, just look at this. Because this is a very small range, we are going to 6 hours and nothing. 4 hours and look at this. This is a 2 week range high. This is a 4 hour. And inside the 4 hour, what we can see, this. Anything else? Yep, that is. Intro turtle soup, 4 hours. So remember the sequence, our range, turtle soup, and look, the range flow acts like what? Change instead of delivery. And look, let's refine. 3, nothing, this is an inside bar, this is a high, it's the same. 2, yes, we can refine, and look at this. That's the one I bought. So we can do this now. 2 hours, and here are the high, so our BS. What time is this? 3 AM. So from here, we are looking for longs. And remember the sequence. We are refining ranges inside the 4 hour range, and we are not looking for longs here. I mean, looking at a 1 hour chart. So let's go to 15 minutes. What do we see? A new range. Look at the bodies, respecting what? No, sorry, it's this one. 4 hour range acts like what? Change instead of delivery. We can refine. Let's see 5 minutes. And let's find our entries. Remember the one I took? So every time I see an entry, I will press the long button, the buy button, okay? 255, end of the candle. Let's wait for the new one to be created. Nothing, we are inside. Remember, we want only to look for longs inside here. When this range is, when we are leaving this range, we can't buy anymore. We don't care that this happens. We don't care. We are not buying after here. Okay. So what is this? It is the first one, turtle soup. We can buy. This is the first one, the most optimal one, and the more risky because it can do this. So if your stop is where really teeny, imagine you are out here and you are right in your trade. So that's why I want to wait for the turtle soup to be done and then go long. This is the 1 hour candle range and this is the 15-minute range. Okay, turtle soup is down here. Another one, so this is also a long opportunity. It is risky, so we are not trying to, I mean, we can, but you need bigger stop losses than usual. Okay, look at this. It reacts to what? To the 4 hour range low. Act like a change instead of the delivery. Look at the bodies. Perfect. Remember, I was bearish. Here, this is a 45-minute range. But when I see this, when I see the bodies, I mean, everything, it's telling me that we are going long. Why? New candle opens below. So Where is our bias? Bullish. What else? We are doing turtle soup in the new candle, the 3 AM candle. Another confluence, another one. Look at the bodies. Bodies are respecting the range low, for our range low, which is this one. So I had enough confluences to go long. So as soon as the next candle opens, it will do what? The power 3 and will touch the order block. The candle that changed the state of delivery, that changed from sell program to buy program. As soon as this opens, it was well, actually my long was inside that candle, but doesn't matter. We are inside the 15-minute range, so we still can buy. And look at this. Longs are over. We are not allowed to buy anymore. But I mean the BS is right, but these are drawn liquidity. The first one. We can live here. Yes, we can. It is the beginning of an hour, so of course we can, but think. Where are we living? Here? When touch the down liquidity? No, we're living the new candle. The higher high. Look at this. As soon as it creates the higher high, here we leave all, full or partial position. To me, as I said, I was bearish, so I left everything here. But if you saw the 2-week range, you could leave here or here. I mean, this is a easy partial. 15 pips is enough. We are going to London lunch almost. Look at this. What time is this? Not yet. Here. Remember the opens? At 5 AM opens the I don't have this here. I think it was the 6-hour, 4-hour, and 12-hour candles, which is a very important candles. And remember I said about the opens. Okay, so this is the 4-hour candles, and this is 1 AM, which is London expansion, and this is 5 AM, right? So imagine I was right. We are bearish. So the next one will do this. So where are we living? At the beginning of the 5 AM candle, which will create a turtle soup. And look at this. So this 4:55. So the 5 AM will create a higher high. So we are living here. We can leave full position, or if you knew the right bias, you can just hold the position until, well, it won't go straight to our liquidity. Now we'll see why. Well, we can close full position now. But remember, these are the 4-hour. Here is our down liquidity. Yes. We're going to New York. I H3 we had the news. Remember, 8 AM does what? It creates a higher high, mitigates a high. Look how the 8 AM candle looks like. Look, mitigates a high, creates into turtle soup in that 1 hour range. But remember, this is a 4. No way that's happening. Okay, 4 hour range. Remember, last quarter, this is not a short opportunity, this is a long opportunity. We can go short here, yes. But remember, we're going counter trend, so long hanging fruit objective. This is 8:10. We want to go short as soon as possible of the news. This is the range height, acting like a changing state of delivery. This one. The first are turtle soup here, and this is the second one. The range height acts like a real resistance. We are going to the news. The objective is not met yet, so it will be lower. And we are leaving here. Why? Because we are going counter trend. Price won't do this. Well, I mean, this is a news, so it will go straight. It won't do this. And then go up. No. Last quarter, so this is a long opportunity. We can go short, yes, but as soon as price do the dip, we are closing, and if we can go long here. Look at this. This is how we can trade. I mean, this is a very advanced level. You won't be at that level yet. I can do it, but it requires like 1-2 month experience. Okay. The easiest one is this one, and the following you will see now. So this is short opportunity, short. You are leaving here, and you are buying here. Is objective met? No. So as soon as the next candle opens, power 3. This is our take profit, and the last one. Every single dip is a long opportunity. Long opportunity every single time. Every single time. And done. We can leave here, or we can wait for here. I mean, this is not the full exit, this is a partial. Because if you can see the 2-week range, we are where we are. The last quarter, because this is really weak, we can do what? This was wait. Inside that last quarter, we have another last quarter. Look at this. Here, longs, and we don't need to leave our position here. And going into Monday, it will just create the higher high and complete the 2-week range. Okay. Easy, right? I mean, this one, it was a bit advanced, but focus on this one. That was easy. Okay, so let's see another examples. I will go to my journal to find some clean entries, which always looks the same. For instance, let's go to Thursday CPI on GP that remember we had the 3 months range, our target, and let's find an entry. Here. This was a 12 range. Let's see if we can refine to an hour. And let's go to 15 minutes. What do we see? Well, this is why this is not the real one? Because look at the time. This is not the new candle. This is the new candle. This. What time is this? 8:50. We can see a range now. So let's go to lower time frame. Look at this. Our longs will be inside this range. Going into the 3 month range high. This is appending to our range because it's aiming the down liquidity. So just going long, and we can't because it is already the news, but look at this. This is a power 3 inside this, so this is also long. And we are leaving here, not. We are leaving the new candle here. Okay. Okay, let's see more examples. Also on Thursday, on you. Here. Remember the weekly range? It's here. Down liquidity. And we had what? The 4-hour range. Let's refine. This is a failure swing. The turtle soup is already done. So this is a 3 AM candle. It opens exactly here. So my eyes see what? My eyes, when there is a failure swing, see this, and look at this. What is this? Is a 15-minute range. So let's go to 5 minutes to refine our entry. This was sorry, it is not this. It is this one. And the range, it will include this one. Inside that range, this doesn't exist, but look how it tries to attack the turtle soup and react where. What is this? The 4-hour range low acts like a change in state of delivery. So first one, imagine a turtle soup. We are not buying here, and also range low. So this is entry and why this is an entry if we close above here. Order log. So this will be the first one. I mean, this is the first one, but really, really difficult because you can anticipate that we'll fail to make this lower low. So when this is created, we can buy here, we can buy here, and finally we can buy at the order log. Our position is done, we can't buy anymore. We are not allowed to do this. Longs here, no. Our position is done. We are leaving here, no. This is our bias, but this is our down liquidity. We can buy here, left here, yes, why? Look at the time. 5, so if the target has been met and reverses, the 1 hour for the 1 AM for our candle will be mitigated. It will look like this. Imagine this is a 4 hour candle, it will look like this and go lower. In this case, because GBP has a higher objective, just go higher, but look at this. So let's find an entry for CPI. Look at the time. We want to buy new candles. So this is 7:50, 8 o'clock. Let's find a turtle soup. This is our range. Let's refine. Look at the time. 8:15. So let's refine this if we can. We want to buy after. Well, this is already at 25, so it's not possible. We will need to refine this one. 20. So turtle soup, we're inside, so we can buy here, going into the news. We are leaving here, no, we are leaving here. Easy, right? Okay, let's say doesn't look like a range in forextrading. See on the look at this. This looks like a range. So on Wednesday, this is our down liquidity. And let's refine. We don't see anything here because this was a failure swing. So you have to think that this is a range. This is turtle soup and this is our bias. We refine. We can refine a bit. And it is already refined. So look at this. Once turtle soup has been done, look at the bodies. It's closing above the range low, acting like a change in state of delivery. We're going here. So let's find our entry. We don't see any range here. This is London. 3 hours, nothing. 2 hours, nothing. And look at this. Remember, 3 AM opens above, so this is a restarted R. This is our objective. It fails to create. This is a previous candle. It fails to create the turtle soup because we had SMT with EU and DXY. So this is our new candle. It is a pending one because this is aiming the drum liquidities. So let's find an entry here at 4 AM. Let's refine. And we want to see a range. Look at this. It closes inside. So our entries will be inside that 15-minute range. Let's refine 5 minutes. This is a filler swing, so my IC this. We can refine. And look at this. When our range low, act like a change in state of delivery. This is already done. So entries here, power of 3, inside the range. Inside longs, 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 longs. And close above the last candle. Well, okay. Our position has to be done already. Well, we can actually still going long because we're inside of 15-minute range. Order block again, order block. We're inside, so we can go long the next one. And done. We are not allowed to buy anymore. Okay. Final drawn liquidities here. But we are leaving on every of that ones because it is already almost 3 pips is enough. I also took a long here. Why? Because remember, this is a 15 minutes pending R, aiming draw liquidity, and it is a new candle. Look at the time. It is a turtle soup, so I went long here again. So first objective done, second one done, and let's see if we can find an entry because we're in the last quarter. Let's find some pending. Look at this. This is a restarted one. So as soon as this creates the turtle soup, we can go long here. Another long opportunity. Maybe it is a 15-minute range. I don't know. I don't remember. Yes, look at this. And we are at the last leg of the movement. So this is a long. And going into the final target. Okay. Look at this. Why we can't buy here? Because the position was inside the 15-minute range. In returns, we don't care. We can't buy here. And finally, our objective. Okay, let's find another one. Yeah. One that I like, that I took, it was 1st of July on USD-CAD. USD-CAD, no, the second. Look at this beauty. Look at this. So we had the daily range, and we had that raw liquidity for the next one. So let's refine our entry. 12, 8, nothing. This is a filler swing, and perfect. We got it in the turtle soup. This is the 11 candle of the 6-hour time frame. So this is the London expansion. This is the New York expansion. It fails to make the higher high. So this is a filler swing. So to me, looks like what? My eyes see this. And this is the bias. But look at the time the height was created. 1 a.m. is the first thing. 1 a.m. So we are not trading this, we're trading here, 3 a.m. So the objective was undone. So we want to trade the power 3 of the 3 a.m. candle or the last 15 minutes of the 2 a.m. candle. In this case, we want to see an entry here. Let's see if we can find something. Look at this. And let's see if we can refine. We have 5 minutes, and look at this. This is the power 3, so ideal shorts. Where was my short? Right here. The first one is the turtle soup. The second one, it is power 3. When this is done, we are not allowed to sell here. I mean, look at the target. It is like 70 or 80 pips. Of course, this is optimal short, but I'm not taking this one because I'm already short here. Where was my exit? Because I don't like holding trades for hours. It was at 10 a.m. $40, 45, 55, 50, 55, and 10 a.m. I'm leaving here when it creates the lower low. What is a good stop placement? Above the range height, because that's like what changing instead of delivery. Look at this. This is the 4-hour range. Look at this. This is the daily range. Look at this. Everything is of this. These are short opportunities. Looks like that beauty. So I'm leaving the new one. And going into the new day. Remember, the objective is not met, so that's what we want to see. If we are short, I mean, imagine that we don't see a clear range of clear down liquidity on DXY, EU, and GBP, and we have this. So we already know that we have longs on the other pairs. It's that easy. We only need one pair that looks really beautiful. Look at what happened. So let's find an entry on that day. This is London, 1 a.m. Let's refine the intraturtle soup. And this is the 3 a.m. So we're going short. I mean, We know the term liquidity, but in this case will be in New York because you will see this on the London setups that once the 3 AM candles open and it completes an R, it will consolidate or going into New York to do the movement, okay? So let's go into New York, and what do we see? What is this? A new range, aiming the liquidity, meaning this is a pending up. So we have news at 8:15, look at this. So we want to go short as close as possible to the 8 AM candle. So we are not going short here, but look what happens at this is the 8 AM. So look, 6 AM makes the turtle soup, and 7 AM fails to create the turtle soup. So to me, this looks like this. This is our new range, and we want to go short on that range, which is also an hour. So let's refine. This will be a failure swing. Imagine this, and final target done here with the news at 8:15. And remember, we are not looking for long range opportunity to go long because we're in the last quarter, sorry, of the range. So how it respects. Thing is getting clear. You just need to look up random days and find, for instance, look at this. Imagine we have a range low here. This is our liquidity. So where are the shorts? We can refine. This is a turtle soup. So power 3 of that candle. We are going short and easy money. Look at that day, 3 AM. This is what? This is a pending R, turtle soup at the new candle, the 3 AM. So the longs will be inside yes. Look, we can refine. So this one and this one, our opportunity to go long. Let's find another one. It's going to 3 AM. What is this? 3 AM. Remember that day, right? Well, let's look first the short. Look at this. I'm going into extra liquidity. First we are doing London, then New York. We are trading the 1 AM candle, which will be this one. Refine to 1 hour. This is a filler swing, so to me the 3 AM candle looks like this. We can refine. So let's see the sequence. Let's refine the 15 minutes and 5 minutes. Okay, first entry, the 3 AM turtle soup. You see, when it's exactly the same, you will see why it is a turtle soup on the next episode. So first, turtle soup. Second one, it is exactly the same, which is the 4-hour range height, acting like a change in the state of delivery. Third one, order block. 4, it is exactly this one, which will be the same as an order block, and power 3 inside the 15-minute range. Going into, we are not leaving here because it is only 8 pips, but we're leaving here. The exits. So imagine, so here our stop is above the turtle soup, aiming for 3 hours. Perfect, 3 hours. We can leave here, or look at the time. It is 4 AM, so we want to exit at 5 AM. Well, going into 5 AM to mitigate the 1 AM 4-hour candle. So we can leave on the 4 AM low when the 5 AM candle is created. So 55, 5 AM, and we are leaving here. So going into New York, 5:45, pending 4-hour range, is our new down liquidity. But remember, we are not buying at the last time of the candles, so we will wait to 6 AM to mitigate the 5 AM low. So who will look like the 1-hour candle? Let's refine to find an entry. 6 AM, and look. I mean, it can be more perfect than this. There is nothing better than buying on that teeny turtle soup. But it is at the same time it's not realistic. But you can buy, for instance, inside the 15-minute range. Or you can refine it looking for this. This is another block. So as soon as this closes above, you are buying the next candle. Look at this. Look at the power 3 here. Opens and long. What is your stop? I mean, if you want to play to God mode, you can do just this. This is more than 10 hours. But remember, 3 hours or 4 hours if there are news. 4 hours and going into New York. And remember, we already know the news won't be bearish, so let's find new longs. What do we need? A pending or a restarted arc to go long. In this case, this is a pending one. Going into the news at 10 AM, this is 55. We have only two long opportunities. This one, and it creates a new range. This one, it is the second one. We're inside, so we are going long to our drawn liquidity. Target is not met, so we are not fearful to keep going long until final target is reached. That's simple. Look at the best entry. This is not realistic, but I mean, this is realistic, but even not for me. I am not on that level yet to hold the trade until here without taking partials here. In this case, we can take partials here because there's news and it's going straight to the drawn liquidity. But I mean, in this case, I think I took that long and my stop loss was something like this. And then I took another long. It was something like this. Okay. Actually, I think I took the third one on Aussie dollar. When we are at the last stage, we are not aiming for 3 or 4 hours. We are just looking for 2 or 1.5, something like this. I mean, we can do this. On Peter Stalo, this is not realistic. Something like this. Okay, so the last example. For today's episode, it will be not this, but the last NFP that I took a short. I think it was my best trade ever. This one. And let's see what happened. So 1 week range. Let's refine. We were here. Look this. This is perfect. We want to see this when looking for shorts. This already happened. And we had also SMT with New Zealand USD. So couldn't be more perfect than this. Remember, the range height of the weekly range acts like a change in state of delivery. So we want this to be a real resistance, and our final drawn liquidity is here. So again, we are not looking this as a range. We are looking this as a range. We see this because of the SMT or failure string. Let's refine. Look at this. $12 hours. Let's refine. Perfect. Into the other soup, this is a pending arc going into the changing state of delivery of the range, the weekly range height. We can refine that arc and look at the 4 hour. So look at the time, this is the 1 AM, so this will be London. Nothing. and we had that 90-minute range that we can refine. So going into 3 a.m. Look at the time, 2 a.m. So sorry, 3 a.m. So what is this? This is 3 a.m. So we want to sell from here, 2:45 and 3 a.m. This is what failure doing. So my IC is which is the sequence. First one, right, going to 3 a.m. and looking for turtle soup. First one. Second one, we are still inside the 15-minute range. Oh, sorry, we had also a change in state of delivery here. Here we have another one. Here we have another one. So all of these are short opportunity. And look at this. This was my short. It's perfect. And you're done. Just imagine the short I took. Stop was above the turtle soup. And where was my take profit? I mean, I didn't hold the full position, of course. I took half out here because of the time. Well, I think I took half here. New candle, 4 a.m. So something like here. And took another partial here. So we are going to London lunch. Remember, price is not doing this. Turtle soup and going into the drum liquidity. No, it will create pending and we started ours. So going to London lunch. And remember, our low hanging fruit drum liquidities are not met. So our BS is still bearish. That's the best one that could happen to us. Going into the NFP, 7, and look at this. Let's find another entry. What is this? Let's see if these are pending or resetter. Let's go to 1 hour. Don't see anything. Look, this is the 7 a.m. So 8 a.m. it creates a failure swing. So to me, this looks like this. Okay, let's go, and this will be a pending R. Where are our shorts? We are going to sell as close as possible to the news. So this will be our range. And this is what? This is a 2-hour pending R. So the upper range, so this acts like a change instead of delivery. So this is also a short opportunities. I'm going to 8 a.m. Look at this. It fails to make the higher high. So to me, this is a turtle soup. So going to the news, another short here. What is the final target? In this case, we are greedy because this is NFP and we can look for, this is not enough for an NFP. If this was a CBI, for instance, it is okay to find 3 pips in Australian dollar or PPI, for instance, but for NFP, we are looking at the last objective, which will be this one. So we can take partial here, but the full position will be out here. So we don't need the stop to be 4 hours here. because this is protected. Above here, for instance, this is protected. We don't need this. In this case, we can look for 7, 6 hours. Only when it's that clean. This setup, it was too beautiful to be true, so I took that short here and I held the position. I mean, I took something out here, and the last one was here, exactly. So the episode will be done here. If you have some doubt, just let me know, and see you on next one. Hello and welcome to today's review, and I think it's the 6th episode. It will be about the failure swing. First of all, I'm going to explain the trade I just took now and my first stop loss of the month. I had wrong bias for today. I left the position here for now, and I'm going to try to analyze what I did wrong on that short that I took here. So going to a clean chart, this was the range I had for today. So turtle soup, and I was waiting for this range to play out. But look at what happened on CPI. It just went up. Also look at this. That's why I didn't sell at the CPI, because we had a 1 hour range going counter trend to my ground liquidity, which was here. So this would be a reset range. So finally, this was a range that was leading the price, and this was the maybe yes, look at this. Also, this is exactly 1 day range. We had failure swing here. My bad, didn't see that. So you will see now why, but to me this looks like this, and this is the ground liquidity and final target. Okay, yeah, so we already had the bias for the CPI and the final ground liquidity. This is the fair swing, but I will explain later. So the trade I took, it completed the daily range, so that would be an intra-turtle soup for me, and that would be the range I would have to wait for. Look at this, I didn't wait for the turtle soup to happen, and then this will be the candle that I would trade short. But look at when this closed above and the trade invalidated, and this already closed, so the shorts were validated. So this is how we could avoid the trade, but I was just blind for the bias. I mean, I would say this is the only reason that I take stop losses in the last 3 months. I think I took 3 or 4 stop losses, and it was for that reason. I was blindly following a bias. Even I was wrong, I was just, I mean, if you see this, if you had this in your chart, this, and you have this range, the one I had, you will only see shorts. I mean, your eyes can see the longs. So you are, in this case, following blindly the short scenario. So you're shorting here, and maybe this is your take profit. So you got to stop out, okay? So what I do every time that I'm wrong, I don't need, I mean, in this case, I just wait for the turtles to happen and the closing site, and then sell in the power 3 and maybe take take profit or break even. I don't care. But the thing is, when I'm wrong, when this close above, what we need to do is this: remove every drawing, and the chart it's clear again, and we need to do this: analyze again. What do we see? Maybe going into higher time frame, we can see something here. Look at this. This is something that I see. We are at more than 100 pips. It is far, but maybe this is the drawn liquidity we have for the next weeks or month. Well, maybe days or weeks. So price maybe is heading to the drawn liquidity, and it will create something like this. It will fail to complete the 3-month range. It will make a pending one, and finally complete the range. Okay, that's what I think for now. But as this is more than 100 pips, and we will need to wait for a low time frame max to happen, and you already know how to play the markets. Okay, so I was wrong. So what I did is this: I clear the U chart again because I also had the various bias. Let's see. This is the range I wanted to play, and here sells out there. But finally, this is the range that they out. So what I wait for the long I took. Look at this whole while respecting, but I wait for exactly this candle to disrespect the 1-day range, meaning that it will invalidate this range, is this out, and we'll just use that one. So as you know, I took only the optimal entry. I missed this one, so I played the last leg of the movement. That would be this one. You see the stop because we done both here. I both already when the price was going to the double liquidity. In this case, that would be the ideal long. Something like this, aiming for 3 hours, that will be okay. So this was the short I took. Sorry, the long I took. And finally I recovered my stop loss, okay? So once this is okay, if you don't know the bias, you could with a I mean, this is not a correlated asset with U, but it have the EU first, meaning that it will make exactly the same that EU-USD is doing. So in this case, we were at the last stage of the 3 weeks range. Look at this, we are here. We are going into low time frame. We had this. This also, look at this 6 hour range, maybe 8-2, no, like this 8 hour range. We are not using this one because we are the last quarter of the 3 week range. So as soon as it creates a new range, it will create this as a pending one and aiming for the down liquidity. So this was the new range and going into the final objective. What do we have here? This is 2:45, the time that can start trading. And let's find some setup and look at this. You see this, we have SMT, while GBCAT was already here. I already made the lower low, meaning SMT, and look at this is a failure swing. And with this example, I will introduce the episode for today, okay? Look at the time that the low was created, 2:05, and look at the time that the candle opens, 3 AM, meaning what? It will make a failure swing because the low is already done. So in my eyes, this is the 1 hour range for me. It looks like this, meaning that we have the bias and we already have the longs inside this candle and this second one of the block and going into the drawn liquidity, which was the 3 weeks range high, okay? So what for me that I took everything out here, that would be like 8 hours, 7 hours, well, whatever. So let's start the episode about failure swings. Let's go. So what is a failure swing? Sorry. Okay, as you see here, this is a range that failed with the turtle soup and makes and completes the range. I mean, this will be a pending one or a restarted and then going higher. We don't care. So this will be a failure swing inside a higher time frame range. I mean, this must to be, the turtle soup must be in to create the higher time frame range, but in this case, this one failed to create the turtle soup, but in my eyes, I see this. And now we'll see the reasons why this happened, okay? So the reasons are, the first one, we have SMT with a correlated asset or with the DXY, which is not correlated, but it has a, I mean, if this is a UUSD, we have GBP, and DXY, it is a inversely correlated asset. The second reason is end of the time or hour or candle, because it depends of the candle, I mean time frame. If it is a weekly candle, maybe it is created on Friday, you will see, you know. The third reason is at the beginning of the time of the candle, it fails to make the lower low or higher high. Let's say this is the beginning of the candle, fails to create higher high or lower low. And the last reason depends of the broker. This happens on the non-futures charts like Forex. I mean, this not happen on, for instance, Nasdaq or S&P when it is a futures chart. And also on EU, there is a chart that I think is something like this. I don't know. I don't remember the chart. But the thing is, I don't. Sorry. When trading Forex, sorry. I was saying that, yeah, in the Forex, you have forex.com, FXEM, Wanda, Pepperstone, you know. So every chart has its own liquidity provider. That means that maybe in FXEM, the hike of this candle, it's not 4000, but 4001. You know, this would be a reason for a failure swing. Starting with the end of the candle, I mean the second point. End of the candle. I'm seeing you on the other screen, and I'm getting mad. I do everything out here. Well, whatever. What I mean by the end of the candle. The algorithm is doing this every single time. With every single candle, it tries to. Well, so the algorithm tries to, with every single candle, mitigate the high, sorry, first the low, and then the high. So when it fails, I mean, this happens on every single time frame, even 1 minute or 1 month. Unless it's doing this, which is a distribution. But look at this. Before starting the movement, tries to mitigate the low and then the high. Before the movement, tries to mitigate the low, then the high. Before the down movement, tries to mitigate the high and then the low. Exactly. Look at this. This is a failure swing. Look how failed to mitigate the high, then going lower. Every single one. Look, first the low, then going into the high. This is a failure swing because it didn't mitigate the high. Look, mitigate the low, then going to upside. First mitigate the low, mitigate the low, mitigate. This is a failure swing. You see? So why this happened? I already told you the reasons, and now let's focus on the second one, which is the end of the candle. So imagine now that this is 3 a.m. London, and this is 55. So it mitigates the high at 55 and then going into the new candle, because the high is already mitigated. It doesn't need to make the higher high on the new candle, because for the algorithm, it is done already. Meaning that for the algorithm, this already happened. So we could see some examples that I have on my notes, but I remember that this happened today. Oh yeah, this happened on this page. Look at this. Look at the time. It creates a lower low and mitigates the lows here. 255, and the new can, it's done already because it was made on the end of the last candle. So in my eyes, every single failure swing, it is a turtle soup, meaning this is a range. Which range it's mitigating? Look at this. And maybe you have another one. Yeah, look at this. So this is a 3 a.m. candle. It should look like this to create this range. And why it fails? Because it makes a lower low at the last candle of the 2 a.m. range. Look at the time. Only one before the new candle open, it made the lower low. So that would be the second reason. We will see some examples on this. You'll see it happens a lot of times. Right. So when this happens, in my eyes, I see this turtle soup. I mean, this doesn't exist, but in my eyes, this is what I see, okay? And also, this could be the third reason, that at the beginning of the candle, it fails to make the higher high. Look at this. In this case, 3 a.m. tries to attack the previous high and fails. Look at this, 3 a.m. and couldn't make the higher high and boom, lower. So if you are waiting for this to happen, you will wait forever, because for the algorithm is already done and keeps going lower. Okay. So I mean, what is a failure sim is really easy. You need to see some examples to see the concept. Okay. So starting with the first example, let's see what happened yesterday. Oh, yes. So this is an example of SMT. Look at this. In this case, oh sorry, this is not the pair I want to see. GBP USD. this one, and this is not the, this is, look at this, I think it's 4 hours. Yes, look at this. So in you and GBP failed to create the lower low, and you create the lower low, meaning that this will be a range, and meaning that this will be a range. Even you can see the turtle soup being done. Okay, this is how for a range. I missed today to see this because I was, as I said, I was blindly only watching the, seeing the shorts. Okay, let's see what time the first swing, and it was here. Okay, look, this is a change of the new candle. Looks like open, but look how it looks in GBP. This is the 9 AM candle, and it fails to make the lower low. You see? It tries to do it here. This is the beginning of the 4-hour candle. Tries to do it at the 9 AM and fails, while this was already here. This is also a feeder swing. Look at this, is the end of the 1 hour 10 AM candle, and fails. Why? Because it's respecting the 4-hour range low. So when this happens, we already know what is the drawn liquidity. Look at this is perfect when it fails, and this is probably pending our R and going into as in range. We have the drawn liquidity, and exactly the same here. Look at this fails, so we already know the bias for the next session. That will be Asian, that also fails, so we already have the bias for the next session, which is today in London. This is easy. So you can see how you can avoid the stop losses. If you start every day with a clean chart and analyzing every day, you don't have the yesterdays of the last day's buy, because you are not blindly following that bias. Something else that I want to see. Yes, I will divide the feeder swing episodes into 2 videos because there are a lot of things, but in the second video I will focus only on this. That will be okay. So this is the 2 longs I like to take, which is the optimal one and the like. So price could create two types of feeder swing. The first one, it is at the beginning of the candle, which could be what happened on the GBP. In this case, because we had SMT with you, and the second feeder swing that could happen is that fails at the last leg of the range, and we also have the 4 reasons that could be SMT, end of the candle, beginning of the candle tries to attack the lower low in this case and fails here, and the 4th one, it is the dependent broker. some broker you can see something like this, exactly the same number, and another broker you see this. But maybe you are not watching a broker that creates a lower low. So if this is exactly the same level, I mean, imagine this is 206. Imagine the failure swing, it is exactly 206. If this happens, you could imagine that in another broker it is 205. Okay, meaning this is a pending R and going into the time liquidity. So this will be the next episode about the failure swing, but I'm not focused on this today. So let's see some examples, starting with USD CAD. Going into coin chart. Here, select it. At 3 a.m. Here. So you have two options, or you believe me, or you watching in your chart in DXY, it happened this, meaning we had SMT with USD CAD, and look at this is also a failure swing, so this is the range. That's how I see the price. So white fails, look at this. White fails to create the 4-hour range. Look at the time, it is 11:55, and at the new candle, because the range was created at 55, it fails to make the lower low. This could be also the reason of the broker, that in this broker one it doesn't look like a lower low, but you see here, so this would be, but I'm thinking that this no, sorry, forget what I just said, because the new candle prints at 1 p.m. So it would be this one. So here it fails. So this how I would see the one candle, it fails to get the lower low. And this is also what I just said about the 55 candle, that will be the 1 hour candle, the bias, and going into the 4-hour range high. Okay. So look at this. We already know the bias for. Look at this. This is a Asian session. And finally for London. So this is the 2 a.m. candle. This one. And on the 3 a.m. candle, which open here, tries to attack this, the 1 hour range low and fails, while the DXY create the lower low, meaning we had SMT here. So this would be my range to buy in this case. that will be this here, add our buys. This is our order block. And this is the final liquidity. Done. Okay. Next example. Let's go to, I don't have a very SMT examples because I already made a video about the SMTs, so it's easy. Only another example and it will be it for the SMT examples. I don't remember where was the SMT here. So let's go to GD on that day. And because it's not correlated. Let's go. Okay, look at this. Also an example of the SMT, and we had a really clean for our range. That would be our draw liquidity. So it's not following the other chart. But at 6 a.m. here, GP was on the lower part of the range, meaning that it creates a lower low and it was making a higher high. So we need to focus here for looking pending R going to New York. Look at this, why it fails, because it is going counter trend, so it creates this one, longs here. Look at this, it creates this one, longs here. This is our bias and going into New York. And look at the time, it is end of the ITM candle, so this is the reason 9 a.m. doesn't make the lower low, because it's already done here, meaning that that will be the turtle soup of the 9 a.m. candle. It would make the intra turtle soup in my eyes, so easy longs at the order block and at the 9 a.m. candle, because the lower low is already done, the turtle soup. And that will be turtle soup, long, order block, long, power 3, longs, before taking the maybe 15-minute range. I don't know if it is the range, but and final terminal liquidity, which will be the 4-hour range high. Okay. Okay, SMT is really simple. We already have seen a lot of examples. So let's go to end of the candle. We already knew 25 May. Look at this. It is London. Maybe it's also this one, I don't know. So let's check. One was the one I'm referring. Yeah, both. Let's start for this one in London. Look at them and look at the time that was created. This is the end of the candle, and at the beginning of the candle, this is the third reason it fails to create the lower low, meaning that in my eyes, as it fails, maybe we have SMT here. I don't know. We don't need to see if there is SMT. Just looking at the time beginning of the candle, it fails to create the lower low. So in my eyes, I see this range, meaning that we have longs inside this 15-minute range. We can refine it. Look at this. This is a candle of the order block. Why not this one? Because here it creates a low. And why not this one? Because, well, it could be some of these two candles. I don't know. I mean, you just could use this one. Look at this order block, but it has a bigger body. And look at this, close above, power 3, power 3, power 3. Let's make it more big. Close above. As soon as the next candle opens, power 3, long, long, long. And because we already are inside the 15-minute range, the next candle will be a long. And look at this. We are out, so we are not able to buy anymore. Where will be the take profit? Maybe we have some range on the left, I don't know. This is only 10 pips, so look at the time. Let's wait for a new candle to open. Going into 7 a.m. So 7 a.m. to open and create a higher high here. That would be our exit, for instance. Or going to the next candle. This is 45. Look, at 50 it tries to make the higher high and it fails. Meaning that this would be the 8 a.m. candle. So this will be something like this in my eyes, meaning that this will be the 8 a.m. candle. So the shorts will be at 8 a.m. Look at this. This is 50, 55, and the new candle power 3 because the high is already done. So just selling here and going into the, maybe you have some range here, I don't know, but you already know. Okay, look at this. We are not leaving here because look at the time, 9:55. So here 10 a.m. new candle, lower low. We left the position here and look at this. Okay, and this is the candle that we leave the position, and maybe you have another range here. So the new range and longs on the other order block going into the 1 hour range, which will be here or not. I don't know, I don't have the context of that day. Well, maybe. I don't know. Well, whatever. Next example. This is the day of the IFP. I already commented that day, but let's focus only on the failure swing. That will be 7th of June. No, before. Here. All right, you already remember the day on the entry videos, and this was a 2-hour range that was a pending one. And look at the time that fails to make the higher high. So for entries, we have that range here. So let's look at the time. Which time it created the higher high? Look, 7:55, meaning to me this is the 8 candle already. So the 8 a.m. candle doesn't look like this, it looks like this. And it gives us the bias and the down liquidity that will be around here. So if you see at the end of the candle that it makes the turtle soup, the next candle doesn't need to the higher high. Look at this. You see 8 a.m., 8:20, and it fails, meaning that it tries to make the higher high, and maybe you have SMT with a correlated asset. I don't know. So to me, the 8 a.m. candle looks like this. Okay? It could be the 8 a.m. because it was made at 55, or it could be tries to attack the higher high and it fails. Okay, let's look USD now for another example. Let's go to Wando, which is the same day of the NFP. Also failed to create the lower low in this case because it is the opposite. Here. So what do we see? Imagine that will be the ground liquidity. At 7 a.m. opens above of this candle, meaning it's a reset one. It needs to restart the 7 a.m. candle before going long, meaning that we want to see this taken at before 8:30 on the news. Look at the time that it was made the lower low. This is the turtle soup, sorry. Look at the time. It is the end of the 7 a.m. 50 and 55, meaning that 8 a.m. the low is already done and the 1 hour candle looks like this. You wouldn't say this 1 hour range because you don't see the turtle soup, but you need to look at what time was the turtle soup created. Last 10 minutes. This is a macro. If you remember ICT that says the last 10 minutes and the first 10 minutes of an hour, there is a macro inside. So in my opinion, this is what he's referring. 8 a.m. candle looks like this, and look how it looks now. The 1 hour candle just restarted this one, and when it restarted range, need to create a pending one, and then going. higher. So watching this, you already see the bias for NFP and the final draw liquidity, that will be this one. So we just buy. Because the target is not met, we can still buy in. We are not afraid to buy. And final target. Okay. And this, I mean, we can do it better. Just watching for another R. This pending one, aiming to the objective, and we also have this pending one, which is also just restarted this one. So from here, this little wick, we have the longs going into the drawn liquidity. And that would be the order block. Once it closes off, as soon as this opens, power of 3, the long is here, and here this is still valid because it's inside, but you need to know how many pips. 1 is enough. So second one here, buys inside that range, and we have another inside range. I mean another range inside the candle. That will be in retardal sub and going into the liquidity, 20 pips easy. I think you already know how to identify the failure swings. Let's look for another examples. And don't worry about what I said before. It could be 2 types of failure swings at the beginning or at the middle, because in the next episode it will be only about this. So you here 13, and let's find our failure swing. Look at this. No, sorry, it's this one. The one I want to see because this is London. So let's find our down liquidity, really simple. Look at this. When it runs, we already know the bias for the next hours. Let's see if we can refine. No. 12, nothing, and 8. Yeah, we have another range. We don't care if this is the range or the 6 hour, okay. So let's refine to find an entry on London. Look at the 3 hours. It opens below this and needs to restart before going lower. So from here, we have to look for shorts. Let's go to 2 hours and finally 1 hour, going into 3. In this case, this is 3 AM and 4 AM will be the ideal shorts, okay? So let's see at what time it creates a higher high. Look at this. This is the end of 3 AM candle. You know? So to me, the 4 AM candle already on its turtle soup. It looks like this, and if you see now the 1 hour candles, you see a clear 1 hour range aiming the down liquidity. Let's find our entry. This doesn't exist, but the range it's exactly the same. We want to sell inside 15-minute range. This is the order block we will use, and imagine we are here and we are not inside the position, so close below, and as soon as the next candle opens, we are selling. We sell around here. We still are inside the range, so we can keep selling. And we're out. We are not allowed to sell, even if this happens. It touches again the order block, we don't care, the position has to be done. What is our down liquidity? Here. This is a lot of pips. That's why it didn't happen on London, because we already have the bias for New York. Let's look for a retracement. Look at this. Failure swing. This is the news. So I'm going to do all the segments, okay? Look at this. I think I already commented that day, but I will do it again. So this is our short here. As soon as the next candle opens, power 3 and sell here, okay? We can hold the trade till the take profit. Yes, we can, but let's look at the time. We had the news at 8, I think was 8:30, like always. So what's happening all the time? The new candles are open below, meaning it's waiting a restarted ranges. So means to restart the range. Look at this. Not yet. And look at this, 8 a.m. As soon as it creates a lower low, we are out of the position for now. Why? Look at the 1 hour range. Maybe we can refine. Nothing here. And look at this. This is our our reset R. We need to restart before going lower again to our down liquidity. So we want to go long below the 7 a.m. range, and look at this. Going into 5:30. Let's wait as close as possible, 25. So we are buying here. What is the take profit? We don't care about this high or nothing here. The only that I want, because we are going counter trend, it is low hanging fruit objectives, which will be exactly this high. And next candle, boom, and look at this. This is another failure swing. Why? Because look at the time, 5 here. Here opens the new candle, and the high was already done on the previous candle, meaning that will be a 5-minute range, and it will look like this. When with this, we have a pending R aiming to the dragon liquidity. Where are the shorts? Look at this. We are really close, really far about the dragon liquidity, 50 pips. So anything inside the 5-minute range, that will be ideal shorts. But let's wait for another range to be created. Look at this. Maybe we have another one. We wanna look at this. Opens below, so it needs to go here. And as soon as this happens, this is our the first short, or maybe inside this range, which will be also a pending one. We can delete all of this. And this is the range we are inside, the pending, aiming the down liquidity. So here, we're on the turtle soup of the 15-minute range. and look at this. We want to go short before closing above the, outside the range. So as the next candle opens, power 3, here we are out. What is our down liquidity? Here, looking for, because there is inside the news, we can aim for 4 hours. It's something like this. And look what happened. Straight to the, okay. Things getting clear. I have another nice example on that page, and the day is maybe this one. No. I don't remember the day. So let me check the Spanish video I did about the one-to-one. I will see the day what happened. This is the first swing video. $25. Sorry, 21. Okay. Here. Okay. We have two failure swings. This one and this one. Let's go first for the short. I don't remember the range. Maybe no, this not. Yes. So this is our first down liquidity. That will be shorts on the news. We have a turtle soup here. So let's find an entry. This is London, so this is the one I'm focusing. And so we are trading the 3 AM candle. This is a pending one. So look at this. The news was that, well, maybe it's not news. I don't remember if there was news. Yes. Here. I think it was the CPI or interest rates. So what is the ideal short? the 3 a.m. candle, remember? But look at what happened. At 3 a.m., it tries to make the higher high and it fails. So to me, it looks like this, meaning that the 1 hour range will be something like this, and our shorts will be inside the 2 a.m. range. Let's refine our entry. So that will be our range. Let's refine. And what do we have here? So every time I see an entry, I will press the sell button. Look at the time, not yet. So if you remember the sequence, the first one is the turtle soup. It will never happen because this is a failure soup. So the first one in this case will be the range high, which will be this one. And look at the time, 2:45, we're able to sell here. First one. Next one, power 3 inside the 15-minute range. We're allowed to sell again here, and well, we're inside the 2 AM range, and the objective is really low, so we can still go short. Last one will be the order block and the range high again. So when we have a close below, we are not allowed to buy anymore. So we are out here. And going to the news, not yet. Here. So this is at least the first partial. And the new candle, as soon as it opens, another partial. And look at the time. This is a new candle, 3:55. So this is the new candle, 4 a.m. Look what happened. It tries to make the low. So in my eyes, we see this now, and when you see 1 hour, it has created a new range, which will be this one. So we need to forget now this low because another range has been created. Failing. So this will be the range to buy. Okay, 4 fails. So this is the order block. Well, everything is longs, 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 and final take profit. Our stop loss. Looking for 3 hours. Okay. So that will be another 2 examples of failure swing. I don't know if I have more examples. Let me see. Yeah, another one, the last one. Here. Look at the time. Well, I can go to 5 minutes. I don't know why. So look at the time. 5 a.m. Price to make the higher high and fails, meaning to me this will be the 1 hour candle. And what are the shorts? Well, I can now go for 5 minutes. I don't know what's happening. Actually, I sold here because it was SMT here. And we have also freedom swing. Look at the time, 2:50, and the 3 AM candle opens here. My short was exactly here, inside that range. Now focus on this one. 5 AM tries to make the higher high and it fails. So we have more sells here. The final target would be I think it was SMT, if I'm not wrong, meaning that this is a range and this is the wrong liquidity. So this is our take profit on finished job. So going to remember 5 AM on 4 hour time frame is the expansion of New York. So from here we look for a turtle soup and then going short. So to me this is a turtle soup because at 5 AM, so meaning the new 4 hour candle tries to make the higher high. So this is what we want to sell in. So for instance, let's say this power 3, this power 3, and we are out because this was the range we want to sell, and going into the final take profit. Okay. Easy, right? So this is gonna be it for today's episode. The next one will be the part of the failure swing. This was already the review for today. I don't have in mind to trade New York as I had the stop loss today and I recovered. Next, look at this, it just kept going higher. So I think also we don't have news for today. Meaning that I won't trade on New York. For tomorrow, we can go before the 3 AM because we have news at 2 AM, also on Friday. We have interest rates of EU at 2:15. We could trade that news. Also, that news we could trade this one. I wouldn't trade this. And for Friday, we can trade this one. And we can start the day at 2 AM also. Okay. So thank you for watching and see you next.